Recently, I sat down with my roommate and we watched the 1996 Doctor Who movie. Now, here's the thing, I watched it once, like 5 or 6 years ago, in my attempt to watch everything Doctor Who after getting caught up on the modern series. And all I remembered was absolutely hating it. Specifically, I couldn't stand the idea that it made the Doctor half human, and specifically not in such a casual way. Myself, and many other fans, hated the idea of so lazily retconning a fact about the Doctor's origin without any real need for it. Nowadays, this doesn't seem like that bad of a change, but I'll touch on this point later. First, I want to say this. The Doctor Who movie is actually not that bad. Were there weird missteps? Sure, but all in all, it's a really fun experience. It's certainly overly goofy, but that's no different than the classic series. It has some confusing and forced romance, but there have been elements of that in the modern series. And yeah, it's ridiculously dated. It's incredibly apparent that this film was made in the 1990s, but there are elements of that in every era of Doctor Who. Need I remind you of that time Missy dabbed? So, I'm going to walk you through the good, the bad, and the confusing, and try to explain away some of the plot holes that this movie creates. First, the good. Paul McGann. This man is unmistakably the Doctor. He's got charm, gravitas, mystery. He does a fabulous job portraying a traveling alien hero, even with the less than stellar script that he was given. He's a great actor, and you can really feel how genuine and kind his character is, exactly as the Doctor should be. The scene that sold me? This really tiny one, where he realizes that his shoes fit just right, and he does a little dance like a 4-year-old, and then breaks into a jog. It's so goofy and silly, and so very Doctor Who. Even in McGann's later on-screen performance in Night of the Doctor, where he has to portray some much darker and heavier emotions, he still pulls it off with wit and levity. Even as a ship is crashing around him, he still manages to be a total ladies' man. Portraying the Doctor as a romantic was a new choice, one that I recognize a lot of fans hated. But I really like it, especially seeing as it was something that was sort of contained within the single generation. Well, mostly. Another thing that I quite liked about the movie was the title sequence. Obviously a huge improvement over the 7th Doctor's cheesy 80s titles, this cinematic version of the intro really advanced the idea that the time vortex was actually being shown behind the credits, not just some cool psychedelic images with zero correlation to the following story. And if you look closely, the multicolored web-like appearance of the vortex, it's actually very similar to the Russell T Davies titles that would be introduced a decade later. I also like the regeneration in this movie. We get to see an actual face morph from one Doctor to the next, something modern Who doesn't even consistently do. I do prefer the idea of regeneration having a single consistent appearance, but this was before that idea existed, and so I quite like it in this context. And the Master. Now, I'm not a fan of this portrayal, which we'll talk about soon, but I do really like the idea of the Master taking a page out of the Doctor's own book. I'm pretending that this is my TARDIS, so why not adopt my own companion? He and Chang Li having evil shenanigans while the Doctor palled around with Grace was a lot of fun. And lastly, I liked a lot of the goofy side characters. Some were more outrageously dumb than others, but it was refreshing seeing the writers put some thought into the personality of the people who were complete one-offs. There was no plan to ever portray them in Doctor Who again. This really gave the movie charm and a unique likability even in some of the worst scenes. Speaking of which, it's time we discuss the bad parts of this movie. I suppose that it's fitting. I love Paul McGann as the Doctor, but I cannot stand Eric Roberts' portrayal of the Master. He's this ridiculous, over-the-top evil madman who primarily uses manipulation to get what he wants. It's like they got the Spark Notes version of the Master, and then filled in the rest with this very hammy, very American performance. Why on earth would you make the Master American? And what's more, why play him up as this scary monster? He's supposed to be intimidating because of his intelligence. He's a foil to the Doctor. This Master is just a shouting lunatic that needs a refill on his eye drops. And not only is the character wrong, but so are his abilities. The writers of this film took some serious liberties with Time Lord biology. Why is the Master a liquid plasma snake? Why can he take over people's bodies? Why didn't this happen the last few times he was, quote, killed? And going off that idea, there are a lot of weird plot holes and contrivances in this film that I just don't get. The most obvious is the Doctor being half human. Not only is this a plot point that's directly contradicted by much of the previous lore of the show, but it doesn't make any sense for why the Doctor would reveal it now of all times. Was it supposed to be something he just recently discovered in his travels prior to the movie? Was it a suppressed memory that he reawakened only after his recent botched regeneration? Neither of these ideas were actually expressed in the film, so everyone watching is just left scratching their heads. And on the topic of the whole half-human debacle, why is it that humans' DNA is needed to open the Eye of Harmony? That doesn't make any sense. It's Time Lord technology, developed light years away on Gallifrey. That's like if the Americans programmed their nuclear missiles to only be accessible to 100% pure-blooded Mongolians. It's such a weird tactical choice that is never explained. That said, the Doctor is able to open the eye, so according to the logic of this film, he wasn't lying about being half-human. Now, I'll address how this can work in canon later, but this was seriously my biggest hang-up with the film the first time I watched it. I still don't like the Doctor being anything other than Time Lord. If you try to reduce his oddities to his genetics, you lose a lot of what makes him special. I talked about this in my video dissecting the Timeless Children, so I won't rehash it here. And with that, let's move on to the weird. These things certainly weren't good, but they have enough charm that I enjoy them regardless. First, this movie came out in 1996. If it had come out 10 or 15 years later, it would have been a complete meme factory. I'm talking on the same level as the Star Wars prequels. With all of the wacky shit that is packed into this film, I'm surprised more people don't recognize a lot of it. So I've compiled just a few memes here for you, stylized for different internet eras, just to give you a taste of what I'm talking about.
Steps foot in America. Immediately gets shot to death.
Mr. Anderson, I'm gonna kiss you right on the lips. Watch out.
I always dress for the occasion.
Avoid police brutality.
Shoot yourself first.
Beyond just the memes, there's a lot of very blatant, kind of strangely interpreted symbolism. He's a Time Lord, so let's absolutely stuff the TARDIS full of clocks. It'll be a clock that gets him to question his identity. It's an atomic clock that lets him save the day at the end. Instead of considering an idea and creatively implementing it, they just slap it on top of the story like a layer of neon paint. It's the same way with the Jelly Babies. This is a candy that the 4th Doctor famously loved. And sure, we get callbacks to the other Doctors. I know I saw number 2's flute in there at one point, but the Jelly Babies, they just keep popping up over and over and over again throughout the story. That is the 4th Doctor's thing. How would you like it if 12 jumped around in a bow tie? That said, I didn't put this into the bad category because the implementation is so goofy that I can't help but laugh every single time the Jelly Babies are on screen. And the last bit of weird symbolism, the Doctor is Jesus and the Master is the devil. I mean, it's kind of hilarious how much this idea is pushed throughout the movie. The Master literally turns into a serpent. He whispers sweet lies into the ears of his victims, tricking them into doing evil. He even dresses in a black and red robe over a giant smoking pit. He's the devil. The Doctor is obviously Jesus. He dies, rises from the dead, bursts forth from his tomb, the guard is found passed out, he dresses in a white robe, half Time Lord, half human, just like half god, half human. He even dons a crown of thorns at the end of the film. Now, I don't know what to make of this. It's very clearly just lazy writing, but dang if it doesn't make for a very fun watching experience. So, now that I've sorted through the good, the bad, and the ugly, I want to address the plot holes. 2 specifically. Is the Doctor half human? And why does the Eye of Harmony only open for human DNA? Well, both can be answered using material that came out after the movie. First, the Doctor's origin. Yes, they did intend for him to be only half Time Lord when writing this film, but consider the following. Chameleon arches exist. The Doctor understands and has experienced tampering with his own genetics. And he's a very well-known liar. Even if he didn't use a chameleon arch at some point before or during the film, there's another potential explainer. In Smith and Jones, it's shown that the Doctor can mask his biological appearance using an olfactory trick, and all it needs is a kiss from a human. And in the film, the Doctor does the mouth mambo with Grace a few times. It's a stretch, but I think it's plausible to say, especially with so much evidence against this new development, that the Doctor is not actually half human. As for human DNA opening the Eye of Harmony, that was explained away in The Apocalypse Element, a Big Finish 6th Doctor audio drama released in 2000, which outlines a battle between the Daleks and the Time Lords. Daleks had been killing Time Lords and stealing their eyes, using their retinal prints to use Time Lord technology. The Doctor stopped them by rewriting all Time Lord tech to only respond to the DNA of his human companion of the time, Evelyn. After the Daleks were defeated and peace restored, he reverted the Gallifreyan technology, but noted that his own TARDIS might still suffer some ill effects from the transfer. And boom, there you go, plot holes smoothed over. Now, I want to clarify that this section is absolutely not a defense of the movie. In the past, I've seen some people apply similar headcanons or later written explanations to episodes like The Timeless Children as a way to defend the writing. I am not doing that. The half-human inclusion in the 1996 movie was really bad. It's a flaw of the writing, and I will not defend it. This explanation is purely for us fans, so we have a way to smooth over this flaw in our own heads. In a perfect world, we would not need to apply this sort of fix. All that said, the Doctor Who movie actually had a far bigger impact on the franchise than most of us probably realize. It paved the way for the modern series, influencing a ton of the RTD era. The inclusion of romantic elements between the Doctor and companions, looking into the heart of the TARDIS to gain unlimited power, the Master hiding in plain sight as a human, and the weird post-death powers he would receive after coming back to life. I mentioned it before, but even the time vortex looks very similar. It's obvious RTD intended Series 1 to be a continuation right after the end of Paul McGann's run as the 8th Doctor. Speaking of which, Paul McGann has gone on to do so much work with Big Finish, a lot of which really deserves a listen if you haven't given him a chance. His era of Doctor Who may seem less legitimate to a lot of people, understandably, but he paved the way for what Doctor Who could be in the 21st century. He is undeniably the Doctor. Underrated. The 9th Doctor is extremely underrated. And this is for several reasons. First of all, Christopher Eccleston only portrayed the Doctor for one series. Most fans agree that we would have preferred he stick around for 3 years, like each of the Doctors that succeeded him, but he had to leave because of creative differences and friction with the producers of the series. Unfortunately, because he only appears in 13 episodes of the revival, 9 just doesn't leave the same mark on the show that the other Doctors do. The second thing that causes 9 to be so underrated is the fact that he was followed by 10. David Tennant is an absolute fan favorite, considered by many to be their definitive version of the character. Well, he's tied with Tom Baker for that position, anyway. Because 10 was so massively popular, it's easy for 9 to get overshadowed in the public eye when discussing the Russell T Davies era of the show. Finally, 9 is underrated because he has yet to return to the series. Eccleston's grievances with the producers were great enough that even after they moved on and were replaced with new BBC employees, the thought of the show still left a bad taste in his mouth. He did not return for the 50th anniversary special, and only very recently has started showing up at fan gatherings and conventions. While unfortunate, it's true. Many fans simply do not treat 9 with the same respect as the other Doctors. In fact, some fans will even recommend skipping Series 1 to those who are new to the show. The rest of us who maintain our humanity realize that 9 was an amazing doctor. He brings this spark, an enticing charisma, and a powerful authority to the role, shades of which only since have been seen briefly in the 12th Doctor. Put succinctly, if most doctors were placed in front of a locked door, they would either melt through it with some improvised acidic compound, or trick a guard into opening it, or unlock it with a sonic and then make a quip of some kind. 9, he would just kick the damn thing down. Eccleston's doctor commanded respect but always made you laugh. But this wasn't what made him so great. What made the 9th Doctor so great was how he introduced the Doctor to a new, unfamiliar generation. 9's run was like if you took the highlights of classic Doctor Who and condensed them into their purest form. 9 is a concentrated form of the Doctor. He shows us this in several ways. First, there are the moments of wonder, designed to make you stop and do a double take. This Doctor guy isn't just an alien with a spaceship, he's special. There's something wondrous about him. Our first look at this is when the Doctor tells Rose who he is. I can feel it, the turn of the earth. The ground beneath our feet is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. We're falling through space and I can feel it, clinging to the skin of this tiny little world. And if we let go, that's who I am. Like, whoa. I was not expecting something like that to fall out of this British guy's mouth when I watched this episode a decade ago. He's a being that's above us, like a wizard or an angel or a god. Huge, impending concepts like eternity and infinity, they're just playthings to him. And this is where he tells us that. We get to see it in action a little bit later, on the space station orbiting the Earth in the year 5 billion. The Doctor has to step through several gigantic, rotating fan blades. To do so, he closes his eyes, feeling the rhythm and the movement of time itself, and steps through unscathed. In any other movie or TV show, this would just be a sign of the main character being really cool. But here, the Doctor's theme plays as he focuses, almost like a Jedi tapping into the Force. We again get this sense that he is more than what he appears to be. And then, several episodes later, we see a bit of insight into the type of life the Doctor leads. After discovering the truth behind the empty child and the rest of the afflicted, this enormous joy swells up inside 9. Ecstatic, elated, he shouts to the sky, "Just this once, everybody lives!" It really gives us a peek behind the curtain. The Doctor is very old, and he's seen so much death. He carries a very heavy burden with him, a consequence of the many tragedies he's witnessed through his travels. This leads me to the second way Series 1 tells us everything we need to know about the Doctor. We see his pain and his rage. The best example I can think of to represent this rage is Dalek. An incredible episode. I would make an entire video about it if other YouTubers hadn't beaten me to the punch. Dalek shows just how damaged the Doctor is from the Time War. He screams in anger and hatred, mocking a wounded prisoner, trying to convince it to end its own life. At this point in the series, we don't know what a Dalek is, but we've also never seen the Doctor fly so far off the handle before. It's unsettling for both Rose and us viewers. We see more of these dark shades in a later episode, where the Doctor banishes short-lived companion Adam from the TARDIS for his terrible sin of trying to make himself some money. Perhaps the far worse punishment comes later, when his recently implanted alien tentacle is shown to his mother, effectively ruining his life. The Doctor is presented in this series as a larger-than-life being far beyond us humans, with centuries of wisdom and a perspective we normally attribute to deities. His intense joy and magnificence is offset, however, by his hidden darkness, a deep anger, a harsh sense of vengeance. The Doctor can be terrifying when he wants to be. But okay, that's nothing special for Doctor Who. Many of the Doctors are shown to be good while hiding a dark side. What makes 9 stand out is that these aspects are tied directly into his development as a character. The Doctor's wonder and his rage are placed in the story to show us who he was, and their order of appearance shows us who he is becoming. Series 1 is a story of a war-torn soldier slowly relearning to be kind again, a willing coward instead of a wanton killer. This series is about overcoming the changes you made in the past due to trauma you've experienced, and eventually remembering who you used to be. The Doctor starts out this series as a man who executes the last living human and commands a Dalek to commit suicide. But as time passes, he softens a bit. He bends his rules to allow Rose to see her father before his death. While he regrets this decision not long after, something wonderful comes from the situation. Rose gets to say goodbye to her father, and the Doctor learns of Pete's sacrifice. To save his daughter and the whole of time, he chooses to die. Afterwards, the Doctor witnesses a glimmer of true hope during the incident with the empty child. Everybody lives. In Boomtown, after Margaret the Slitheen attempts to murder him several times, he still considers helping her evade the death sentence waiting on her home planet, Raxacoricophalopatorius. Finally, seeing Margaret return to an egg and granted a second chance at life, the Doctor has witnessed enough miracles and goodwill to melt away the hardened exterior left behind from the Time War. We see this change on full display in the series finale. The Doctor is forced into an impossible situation to choose whether he will destroy the Earth in a bid to wipe out the Daleks once and for all. The parallels are obvious. Nine went from the man who destroyed his own planet in order to defeat the Daleks, to a man who would rather die as a coward than bring harm to the innocent. That is what is so amazing about Series 1. The character development is plain to see because the Doctor is put in the very same situation twice. Only this time, he chooses differently. The Doctor has truly changed. Luckily, he wasn't the only one. His heart was softened by seeing the positives in the universe, witnessing miracles and acts of goodwill, but Rose changed too. We see Rose's melancholy in episode 1 replaced with her impassioned drive in the finale. She grew so much by traveling with the Doctor. She was made stronger, more intuitive. She gained a will like his to never give up, even when the situation is most dire. This is the will that allowed her to peer into the heart of the TARDIS and become the Bad Wolf. It is because Rose and the Doctor changed each other that they were able to save the entire universe from the threat of the Daleks. Their journeys together reminded the Doctor of his wonder and softened his rage. The Doctor's wonder and his rage are placed in the story to show us who he was, and their order of appearance shows us who he is becoming. Series 1 doesn't have a big budget or stunning cinematography. It certainly doesn't have passable special effects. But it has heart and a bit of wisdom. We can overcome the monsters that the world turns us into, and we do so by looking for the beautiful, the kind, the miraculous. Most importantly, we do so by making human connections, a theme that Russell T Davies would return to towards the end of his run. I love Christopher Eccleston's Ninth Doctor because I got to see him grow. I only wish we had a bit more time to spend with him. Then again, so did Rose. But the time we did spend with him, it was absolutely fantastic. Is the Doctor actually half human? Yes, he is. This Doctor, specifically, the clone that was born from the DNA meta-crisis with Donna. But what about our Doctor? Well, kind of. Stick around and I'll explain how. And make sure to drop a like on this video if you want to see me make more Doctor Who content in the future. So, the Doctor and his humanity. This whole problem originated in the Doctor Who movie, featuring the 8th Doctor, Paul McGann, where it was explained that the Doctor is actually half Gallifreyan, and his mother was a human from Earth. This went largely ignored when the show was rebooted, and for good reason. It had never been hinted at before the movie, and it clashed with a lot of the well-accepted lore of the time. It was referenced very briefly during the 12th Doctor's era, but only once and only in passing. Ultimately, it's up to the viewer's opinion whether or not the Doctor has any human genetics. In my opinion, he is 100% FDA-approved, kosher Time Lord. But he did come very close to being human, just once. It was during his short time as the 10th Doctor. A very commonly accepted fan theory is that the Doctor's personality and appearance are influenced strongly by his subconscious thoughts at the time of regeneration. In the instance of the Ninth Doctor, when he was dying, he had just realized that he was in love with Rose. She took the heart of the TARDIS into herself and saved the Doctor along with all of humanity. He took the heart of the TARDIS back from her by sharing their first kiss. 10 was born from the desire the Doctor had for Rose. So he became young and handsome. He was a goofy, fun romantic, and he had much more of an emotional range than any of the Doctors that had come before. He was a Time Lord's best approximation of the perfect human male. Despite their rocky start, as Rose struggled to deal with the regeneration, she soon fell in love with the Doctor in a much stronger fashion than she had previously. She was going to stay with him forever, and the Doctor was okay with that, because he loved her too. That, of course, leads us to Doomsday. The Doctor and Rose are torn apart. He can't stop it. There's nothing he can do to get back to her. All he can manage is a holographic call to her that lasts little more than a minute. And here, Rose finally professes her love. The Doctor, hesitant, prepares to do the same before the message is ended abruptly. This is the Doctor's Time Lord nature clashing with his human side. Did you ever stop to wonder why the Doctor waited so long? Obviously, it made the scene more dramatic, and I would say iconic as well, but there are actual character motivations behind the lingering here. When you stop to think about Time Lords, they're practically immortal. They live for hundreds to thousands of years during each individual regeneration. The single-century lifespan of a human is little more than a blip on their radar. Because of this, Time Lords are naturally stoic. They are unemotional, creatures of logic and reason above all else. They need to be this way. Would you choose to marry someone you loved if they could only be with you for a single month? That's what makes the 10th Doctor so interesting. He's struggling against his Time Lord nature. His disposition is far more human than it should be, and so, when faced with the last chance to tell Rose that he loves her, he freezes up. Not because he doesn't love her, but because he knows he can't be with her. If he says those words out loud, he will be admitting to himself that he loved her, and to do that is to accept all the hurt that it will cause him in the future. So now we have a very human Doctor who can't fulfill his human purpose. Rose is gone. He doesn't have anyone to love, and he's stuck with all the human emotions he isn't used to feeling. And that leads into his actions throughout the next two series. Martha Jones joins him as his companion, and she is incredible. Martha is studying to be a doctor herself, and proves herself to be just as brave, cunning, and reliable as Rose ever was. She even managed to travel the entire planet all on her own, evading the forces of the Master and spreading stories of the Doctor. And during her journeys in the TARDIS, she fell in love with the Doctor too. But here's the trouble. The Doctor had never dealt with human emotions before. He was never seriously romantically invested in a human before. So when he's faced with a rebound as great as Martha, of course he just ruins it. He's new to these emotions and inexperienced in romance. He's going to act just like a teenager, because he basically is one. Obviously, he still has his incredible scientific intellect, but emotional intelligence is something the Doctor never was very well versed in. So he does exactly what a heartbroken teenager would do: lead someone on in an attempt to chase the feeling of his previous flame. Martha eventually realizes this and decides to leave. It's mostly amicable, but this helps the Doctor realize something. He can't get back what he lost with Rose, not with anybody other than Rose. So instead of playing make-believe in the world of romance, he indulges his pain, his darker emotions. Luckily, he is saved by a friend. Enter Donna Noble. Donna helps 10 break out of his funk. She causes him to move on emotionally, at least to the point where he doesn't try to recreate his time with Rose anymore. Donna was like a lifeline, a stabilizer for the Doctor to take advantage of so he could build himself back up. And in return, the Doctor changed Donna as well. She became kinder, more self-assured, less abrasive, and obsessed with petty things. The two were a shining example of the best of humanity. They made each other better people. Everything came to a head, however, when Davros stole the Earth. As events unfolded that led to the creation of the Dr. Donna, and subsequently the Metacrisis Doctor, who I will be calling 10-2, the stable life the Doctor had built for himself came crashing to the ground. Donna was ripped away from him as he was forced to wipe her memory in order to save her life. Rose returned, only briefly, before having to go back to her own dimension. And one thing I always wondered was, why did 10-2 go to be with Rose, while the original stayed here? Yes, he would only live the lifespan of a normal human, but surely there would have been at least a discussion about it between the two of them. But no, the Doctor automatically abdicates the position to 10-2. Why? Because he knows what human emotion feels like, and he wouldn't dare hand over a life without Rose to someone even more human than himself. And this is more than evident in how they talk to Rose. The Doctor still can't muster the courage to tell her how he feels, but 10-2, he's human. He has no Time Lord disposition to struggle against. He tells her that he loves her, and the two embrace. And now that the Doctor is all alone, he experiences the lowest lows of his human emotions. He gets angry, very angry, with how the universe functions against his wishes, and he goes too far. He throws a tantrum. He changes a fixed point in time. Upon realizing the gravity of his mistake, he gets depressed. He can't stop those around him from dying, and he can't stop his own death, which he knows is coming for him. So he avoids it. He procrastinates, traveling through time, partying, indulging in empty romances. It's all to prolong the life he knows is ending soon. It's all to avoid the 4 knocks. And when those 4 knocks finally come, and the Doctor accepts his fate, he does one last human thing. He rages. He shouts, he gets violent, and he loudly laments how his fate simply isn't fair. Completely gone is the stoic acceptance of the previous Doctors. 10 is letting out all of his very human emotion before finally saying goodbye. What I find really fascinating is that the Doctors who succeeded 10 weren't any less human. 11 and 12 had their far more alien moments and otherworldly attributes, but they both managed to reach the same emotional depths as 10. For whatever reason, experiencing human emotion was something that the Doctor just couldn't let go of, even across lifetimes. The old adage must really be true. It's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. We know that 10 agrees, because despite all the pain he felt during his time as the Doctor, all he has to say at the end is,
I don't want to go.
Everyone has their favorite Doctor. Maybe you've been watching since the 70s and Tom Baker's infinite charisma is still with you today. Maybe you started watching as the revival aired and you fell in love with the immensely popular manic 10th Doctor, played by David Tennant. As for me, my favorite Doctor is Peter Capaldi's 12th, due to his tremendous acting ability and the emotional gravitas he seemed to always carry during the role. But for quite a few Doctor Who fans, Matt Smith is their favorite, and it makes sense. The 11th Doctor's era is when Doctor Who exploded in popularity in the Americas, greatly expanding the show's reach and audience. There is always a sort of imprint that your first Doctor has on you, and for a lot of fans, that first Doctor was 11. For me personally, he didn't rank as high as some of the other New Who Doctors, but that said, I certainly don't dislike 11. On the contrary, I adore his run as the Time Lord. But I think the reasons he makes a great Doctor are a bit more complex than most people assume. First, let's get the surface level stuff out of the way. Matt Smith is an incredible actor. He has this palpable force behind his words whenever he gives a speech or talks someone down. He can easily command a room by simply speaking, and this is all while flapping his hands around like an awkward teenager. When he's sad or excited or angry, it's very easy to feel it yourself because of how well he can project his emotions. And this is all despite the fact that he is, to date, the youngest actor to ever play the character. The way he could portray this timeless wisdom and eons-old sadness behind the eyes of a 26-year-old face was remarkable. Despite his appearance, I never doubted for a second that 11 was this age-old being who had seen so much and lost so much more. When he intimidated the hordes of ships while defending the Pandorica, or bared his soul at the rings of Akaten, there was no doubt that he was an immortal, ageless Time Lord. Which brings me to the crux of my argument about what makes 11 such a great Doctor. His entire run is an allegory for growing up. Now, I know that seems like a little bit of a stretch, so hear me out. First, we need to remember that the Doctor is an impossibly old being in a very young-looking body. None of the actors who've portrayed the Doctor have ever looked 500 or 900 years old, but Matt Smith is the extreme end of this. He looks like he was plucked straight out of high school, and yet he dresses in a tweed jacket and a bow tie. He's an ancient being, but he's filled with youthful energy. His outward appearance is a representation of that internal truth. Old mind, young energy. Old clothes, young face. And why is the Doctor so youthful in this incarnation? Well, it's because it's his last one. Yes, assuming that each regeneration is influenced by the Doctor's subconscious thoughts, then of course we know why 11 is so young. He doesn't have any regenerations left. The 10th Doctor, who was mortified of death, knew that this would be his final incarnation, his 12th regeneration. So if he really were to die, he should at least get to enjoy the little time he has left. He wants to take advantage of a younger body and live his life to the fullest in order to enjoy a life he knows is ending soon. So he becomes this young Doctor, this walking oxymoron, with the intent to do it all, to live it all, before his time comes. And the walking oxymoron thing goes beyond just his appearance. Do you think it's a coincidence that 11 becomes dear friends with his in-laws before he even marries his wife? You know, the exact reverse way everyone else does it? See, the 11th Doctor's life is all about time. And no, that's not a redundant statement, even if the show is about time travel. It's not so surface level. They didn't just put a bunch of clocks everywhere and say, see, it's about time, it's symbolism. It runs deeper than that. The themes are a bit more robust, especially in the allegory of growing up. Let's take a look at 11's 3 seasons, Series 5, 6, and 7. Series 5 is magical. Now, I don't say that as a compliment, I mean that it literally feels like magic. It focuses less on hard sci-fi and pushes these ideas of wonder and grandeur. The Doctor himself is a magical figure in the eyes of young Amelia Pond. He appears out of nowhere, has a bit of silly fun in the magic box, and then disappears into the night just as mysteriously as he appeared. When he comes back, he whisks Amy around the universe like a wizard showing off his magic, all while the looming threat of the Pandorica draws near. Based off the myth of Pandora's box, it's said to hold a monster or a wizard or a goblin or something similarly nefarious but equally childish. Even though the Pandorica turns out to be empty, the real threat of the series, the crack in the wall, is something only a child would find scary. Well, until it starts killing people anyway. Finally, the series concludes with our hero sacrificing himself to save the day, only to be brought back to life through the power of love and believing really, really hard. Series 5 is a fairy tale, plain and simple. 11 even points this out in his very first episode. Amelia Pond, it's like a name in a fairy tale, because that's what this story is. It's intentionally using themes of whimsy and magic to give a childish feeling. Remember that, we're going to come back to it later. Series 6 is no longer a fairy tale. Instead, it starts out with a murder mystery. Who is this astronaut? Why did it kill the Doctor? Why was the Doctor okay with it? Why is this younger Doctor here now? Who's this little girl? Why is she regenerating? What's happening with Amy? Why is she a duplicate? And who is River Song? Series 6 is all about the slow burn, the unraveling mysteries, and the romances along the way. The Doctor's Wife is about the Doctor having a brief romantic fling with a humanoid incarnation of his TARDIS. And later, we see the Doctor actually get married in the finale. This series reveals the mystery behind River Song and shows us the Doctor falling in love with her. And it climaxes with their wedding. It ends with the Doctor in a new place, a married man with in-laws who gets used to this feeling. He's a family man now. It isn't until Series 6 has happened that he finds himself feeling humany-woomany. That's a new development. And then Series 7. This series is designed like a bombastic, high-stakes extravaganza. It was originally pitched as a new blockbuster every week, and that's reflected in the marketing. For the first time, every episode of the series came with its own promotional poster, clearly meant to imitate the posters you see at movie theaters. This year of Doctor Who was more mature, it was heavier. Just take a look at the opener. Amy and Rory are divorced because Amy can't have children. That's kinda dark for a family show, even though the Doctor helps them work through it and brings them back together by the end. Aside from the opener, Series 7 was simply epic. There were bigger action set pieces, higher stakes disasters and monsters, and greater emotional highs and lows. This is the season where the Doctor is separated from the Ponds. He's pulled apart from his best friends, his family, and that spirals him into a depression. He loses his love for life, for exploring the universe. It isn't until he's presented with Clara and the mystery of the impossible girl that he finds his way back to happiness. The epic adventures continue once again, riding a motorcycle down a skyscraper, selling your soul to a parasite sun god, and saving the world from the Ice Warriors during the Cold War. The heightened stakes come to a close during the trilogy, Name, Day, and Time of the Doctor. These episodes represent self-examination, righting your past wrongs, and dealing with death. They're grand in scale and emotional impact, and they culminate in the Doctor living out his life through old age, and after accepting his fate and remembering this incarnation's life fondly, passing on. If you haven't gotten the picture yet, let me speak in broader terms. The 11th Doctor wanted to live his final incarnation to the fullest, so his era is an allegory for one entire lifetime. Series 5 is about childhood. It's a fairy tale full of whimsy and wonder. It's magical and confusing and wonderful. The stories are optimistic, and it ends with a big, fun party. Series 5 is childhood. Series 6 is about adolescence. Its mystery focus mirrors a teen slowly learning more and more about the world around them. Now graduated from the innocence of childhood, this is the time for truth and answers, as well as the time for budding romances. As we shift closer to adulthood, we fall in love, we marry, we create a family of our own. In the same way that you leave your parents and start your own family, the Doctor left his old world behind. The world where he existed in every database in the universe, where he was this famous figure. That familiarity is gone by the end of Series 6, and now is the time to take a new adventure with his new family. And finally, Series 7 is about adulthood. The stakes are higher, because during adulthood you have more responsibility than ever before. This series covers adult topics like divorce, learning to deal with loss and mourning, and how to move on. Clara represents the stage of adulthood where we rediscover joy in life after everything has gotten stale. Adulthood is when you can fully choose who you want to be, just as the Doctor chose his name. Adulthood is when you're mature enough to face your past mistakes and right them, as he does by saving Gallifrey. And adulthood is the stage before we die. It's the stage where we come to terms with the inevitability of our mortality, and the stage where we choose how to allocate our precious remaining time, just like 11 does in Time of the Doctor. The 11th Doctor was all about time and age. He began his run looking younger than any other actor to play the role, and he ended it looking older than any other actor to play the role. His story is about one entire lifetime, in the same way that all three series are tied together by the mystery of the crack in the silence in one continuous story. They are also tied together like the stages of one person's lifetime. Still not convinced? Why not listen to 11's very last words? His final words encapsulate the theme of his era, changing as you grow older. I just hope that when my time comes, I'll be as content with my life as 11 was. Series 8 of modern Doctor Who was not met with a lot of praise. It was fresh off the heels of the regeneration of Matt Smith as the 11th Doctor, and many newer fans found it jarring for the lead role to be replaced by someone so, well, different. Peter Capaldi's take on the Doctor was drastically different than Matt Smith's. Gone were the overly expressive flappy hands, childlike amusement with the world, and the goofy, optimistic demeanor. 12 was grumpy, brooding, fierce, and kind of a jackass. And a lot of people love that about him. In fact, most fans of the show will agree, even if they didn't like his run as the Doctor, that Peter Capaldi was the best actor to ever take on the role. But I think 12's tenure is greater than that. Not only is Peter Capaldi the best cast Doctor of them all, but his story was also the most well-written. Let me explain. So first, I want to describe a fan theory about the show. I personally believe in it, and if you do as well, I think it makes for a better viewing experience. That said, it's not integral for this video to make sense. See, I believe that whenever the Doctor regenerates, the way his new body looks is affected by his subconscious thoughts. So let's do a little rundown to show my point. The 9th Doctor died right after realizing he was in love with Rose. So his next incarnation was young, handsome, and more emotional. He was perfectly suited to being a human's romantic partner. When 10 regenerated, he was upset that he was dying. He knew that this was the last of his regenerations, and so he had to make the most out of what he could. He became young and vibrant and full of life. The best way to enjoy what little bit was left of his life. When 11 was regenerating, he was upset about the number of people he had to watch die. He spent 700 years on Trenzalore, protecting citizens and watching them perish in the surrounding struggle. And of course, he was missing his best friend, the fiery Scottish Amelia Pond. So, he regenerated into someone Scottish, who was cold and distant, as not to be hurt by loss anymore. He was averse to affection because he was guarding his heart. We know that there is at least a little truth to this theory. As we see in the Series 9 story, The Girl Who Died, the Doctor subconsciously picked his current face as a way to remind himself to always try and save those who seem lost. It would stand to reason that his subconscious is in control of the other attributes of his regeneration, aside from appearance, right? Well, let's go with this idea. At the beginning of Series 8, the Doctor is grumpy and emotionally distant. He's having a bit of an identity crisis. This is shown by what he keeps asking himself.
Tell me, am I a good man?
This is likely due to some of the weirdness associated with being on an entirely new regeneration cycle. Anyway, the Doctor is now verbally abrasive and hard to deal with. It's the defense mechanism he's put in place in order to protect himself from forming strong connections with people, so his heart doesn't get broken again. But in trying to understand this new personality and why he's currently acting the way he is, the Doctor learns something very important about himself. 12 learns that he should stop holding himself to some unidentifiable standard, to stop judging his actions against some nebulous moral metric, and simply do his best. It's at this point that he's accepted himself. He's okay with being the 12th Doctor now, and he can actually start to enjoy his life again. And that's exactly what happens. Come Series 9, the Doctor is back with an absolutely fantastic intro. He's goofy, and he's fine with it. Gone is any boring posturing about morality. Here to stay is a Doctor that exists to have fun and help people. That's it. Unfortunately for the Doctor, because he's managed to shirk his stoic persona, this also means that he begins to make connections again. He grows closer to Clara this season, much closer. They become the best of friends. And this also happens to be about the same time that, well, he loses her. Clara dies by facing the Raven, and it sends the Doctor into a rampage. He's smart enough to understand exactly why his subconscious imposed his personality upon him. He's smart enough to know how hard it was to grow past that personality into a kinder and more open person. And he's smart enough to know how big of a mistake it was to do so. And now he's pissed. It takes an impassioned speech from his best friend in order to convince him to move on, and even then he required part of his memories to be wiped. This changed the Doctor. Let me repeat, this changed the Doctor. He had experienced real, gut-wrenching loss, and that was only possible because of his personal growth thus far. This made the Doctor much kinder and more understanding of those around him. This is the peak of evolution, the end of his arc. The Doctor has become the fully realized version of this incarnation at this point, and we get to witness him in action in Series 10. He is clearly expressing the lessons he has learned over the past 2 series. He's still a goofball who enjoys dressing like a rock star grandpa because he knows not to take himself too seriously. He's kind, understanding, and compassionate because he knows the pain of loss and it affects the way he treats those around him. This Doctor is likable and kind. He's a teacher, like his lost friend Clara, and he spends his time teaching 2 people. First, Bill, his actual student in the university she's attending, but also his student through the stars. He shows her the universe like he does with every other companion, because he's still the Doctor. He may have grown, but he will always be the madman with the box. The second person he takes a teaching role over is Missy, his oldest friend, who he has battled against hundreds of times over millennia, the same master responsible for the deaths of millions, including some people close to the Doctor. It is only at this point in the Doctor's life that he's become kind enough to give up his adventurous ways and devote himself to watching Missy. Well, for the most part. He's accepted his role as a well-meaning idiot and plans to stick around till the end to help her reach some of the same life-changing conclusions he has. This is not something that the Doctor of Series 8 would have done. Even though it takes some time, the Doctor actually manages to break through to her. Now, the most tragic part is, the Doctor never gets to know this. While Missy kills the Master in an attempt to let herself escape, she gets shot in the back, and never gets to tell her friend that she finally decided to listen to him. He failed to keep Bill safe, and now she's become a Cyberman, something he cannot fix. His oldest friend, whose soul he was so close to saving, has decided to turn back to her evil ways and betray him. He's unable to stop the evolution of the Cybermen or save the people trapped on this ship. He is utterly defeated. This is the consequence of the Doctor breaking through his gruff exterior. The truth of the matter is, the reason 12 was so much tougher and more distant than every other Doctor was because underneath it all, he had the softest heart yet. Not a single incarnation before him made the same types of human connections he could. It's the reason 12 was the Doctor to become the hybrid. He was the only one emotionally vulnerable enough to bond with another person like that. And he is willing to die here because of this. He just keeps losing people. No matter how hard he tries, he can't save them. But when he awakens for his final adventure, a couple interesting things happen. He is able to save the Brigadier's father. He gets reminded of exactly how far he's come since his first regeneration, how many lives he's saved, and how many hearts he's touched, and how much more growing he still has yet to do. All of this culminates in his final decision as this version of the Doctor, to continue living. He chooses kindness over solemn loneliness, because no matter how much it may hurt sometimes, he is needed out in that great big universe. A lot of things were probably swimming around in the Doctor's mind as he regenerated. Bill and how she got her happy ending, Clara, his best friend who he can finally remember again, and Missy, his oldest friend who, as far as he knows, never learned to be kind. If he were in the Master's position, he would do his best to be compassionate. Imagine that, Missy being kind. How great would it be if there were a compassionate time lady running around and saving the universe? 12 didn't have the same big emotional send-off as 10, or the massive multi-series arc wrap-up of 11. A lot of people look down on his era of Doctor Who because of it, but I think what he had was even better. He had character development. It wasn't big or flashy, but it was real, and it was heartfelt. and that's what sets him apart as my favorite Doctor. Series 9, Episode 12 of Doctor Who, Heaven Sent, is in my opinion the pinnacle of the entire series, and believe me, I understand how strong of a proposition that is. For a show that's lasted more than half a century, with nearly 1,000 episodes, countless spin-off TV shows, books, comics, audio dramas, a movie, and all the fan works too, to pick out any single episode as the best of the best is a very loaded statement. But I truly think Heaven Sent fits the bill. So enough with the intro. This is why Heaven Sent is the greatest episode of Doctor Who. First things first, this episode showcases some absolutely stellar sci-fi, even if it weren't loaded with some of the most potent, emotional, and thematic content of the series. The fascinating story of the Doctor trapped in a mysterious castle, slowly figuring out how to avoid the ever-present danger of the Veil, all while piecing together the rules of this strange prison and finding his way to the mysterious Room 12. Mwah! Chef's kiss, it's astounding. I especially love how the episode is sprinkled with little hints, tiny blink and you'll miss it clues that only become relevant once the mystery is finally answered at the end of the story. The sand filling up the teleporter room, the clothes by the fireplace, the picture of Clara, the skulls. Each of these point toward an answer that the viewer could never ever guess in 4.5 billion years, but make repeat viewings of the episode so much richer and more rewarding. And the answer to that mystery? My God, the answer! The idea that the Doctor has been trapped here for billions of years, brute forcing his way through time. Not only does it add an incredible story to the ever-growing compendium of reasons that our main character is an astounding hero, but it also completely reframed the way we viewers think about traveling through time. Who in their right mind would think to burn their own body as fuel for a teleporter to reconstitute a previous version of themselves? And beyond that, who would think to do so over and over and over and over and over again as a means of overcoming some impossible trial? What astounds me about this episode is that there wasn't just one great idea, but dozens of amazing ideas, all flowing together into a fantastic story filled with twists and turns and an unforgettable ending. An ending that combines the heroic ideal of several different archetypes into one. Only a character as intelligent as the Doctor could cook up such an inane, ridiculous plan. But also, he's the meathead who looked at a diamond wall and decided to punch his way through it. The dichotomy of intelligence and stupidity is so brilliant and so the Doctor. I truly, truly mean it when I say this episode would still be one of the best if it did not include any of the emotional beats from the previous episode. But the fact that this story directly follows Face the Raven is what elevates it to the greatest episode in the history of Doctor Who. Strap in, boys and girls, we've made it to the part of the video where I'm probably going to cry. I'd like to start with an excerpt from an old interview with Stephen Moffat on the writing of this episode. Essentially, I was thinking, what is grief? How do I make grief the monster of the week in Doctor Who? I thought people always talk about grief as being alone, so I made the Doctor absolutely alone. Grief comes and finds you every time you stop or rest, so I gave him the Veil. And grief is waking up to the same pain every day and trying to smash through it, so I gave him a diamond wall to punch for the rest of time. Basically, he wore away a mountain with his tears. So that was an attempt to do Aftermath, an insane sci-fi operatic version of the Doctor's grief at losing Clara and trying to move on. Heaven Sent tackles the incredibly human experience of grieving those you've lost, of trying to move on, and how trapped you can feel in the isolation of this new, cold absence. As soon as the Doctor loses Clara, he's thrust into this new place. He's alone, he's angry, but most of all, he misses her. Not in the despair of the manic 10th Doctor, slumped against the wall, shedding tears over the newly departed Rose. Not in the melancholy of the 11th, who broke his usual cheerful persona to sulk alone, hidden from the world atop a cloud. 12 misses Clara through the realization of his loss of familiarity. I'd liken it to a much more dull, aching pain, as opposed to the previous Doctor's sharp, quick pain. You can see the sadness in his eyes when he forgets Clara isn't there to witness his psychic connection with the door. You gain insight into how he's feeling when we literally look inside his mind. There, in his most quiet, personal place, he imagines Clara there to hear him, to bounce ideas off of, to crack wise with, to help him through the horrible situation he's found himself in. Let's focus in on that for a second. Clara being there for the Doctor, but only in his mind. That is such an accurate depiction of how we tend to think of those who've died. We imagine their loving words, their snarky comments, how they'd react to this new thing that they're not there to see. Every new experience is painted with this color. Oh, she would have loved this. I know exactly what he would say about that. But that's not the only aspect of loss that this scene captures so brilliantly. Consider for a moment that if the Doctor was ever going through something, the one person he would talk to about it would have been Clara. And now, he's going through the worst time he's had in this lifetime, and the one person he has to talk to about it, well, she's the one that's gone. So often the people we lose are the very ones we tend to confide in the most. And now we see the Doctor taking this hit twice as hard. He's lost his Clara, and he can't even talk to her about it. This brings us to the Asbantium Wall. Put simply, the wall is the rest of our lives. Our lost loved ones sit waiting for us behind that wall, where eventually we'll join them. We just have to grind through all of life, an entire eternity, before we can see them again. The eternity metaphor is just so apt. That's exactly what it feels like every single day. You drudge on without them, like a bird sharpening its beak on the diamond mountain. And it hurts. By God, it hurts. We see the Doctor reel back in pain with each and every punch, slowly wearing away at this impossible hurdle. And the theme, brilliantly composed by Murray Gold, entitled The Shepherd's Boy. It perfectly captures the slow, sad, monotonous nature of living day after day after day, the droning on of eternity. Every thought we think, every tear we shed, every breath we take without them. Every strike that the Doctor makes against this insurmountable obstacle without Clara. And yet, as the song plays, the tempo slowly rises, the key slowly shifts, hardly noticeable as it's happening, until it finally, magnificently crescendos in the beautiful finale, as the Doctor finally smashes his way through the Asbantium Wall, representing the day we finally realize that the loss of our loved one is no longer a shadow cast over our life, but instead our memories of them start to become happy once again. All of this conveyed through astounding music. No words are necessary. The dialogue is saved for the beautiful metaphor of the Doctor's story, tying the science fiction plot into this wonderful moment, this unforgettable scene. But for those of us with survivor's guilt, in retrospect, the wall makes physical a very intangible desire we all have. If only there were some Herculean feat, some insurmountable task to achieve, some grueling pain I could endure, that if I sacrificed myself doing it, I could bring them back. Because when you've never lost someone, the Doctor breaking the wall is simply a badass moment, an impossible achievement of a sci-fi hero that makes you love him all the more. But if you have lost someone, if you know that pain, that emptiness, his impossible feat over 4 billion years, it doesn't seem so outlandish anymore. I get it. I get it now. I can't say I have the unshakable will of the heroic Doctor, but I'd be damned if I didn't attempt to punch through that wall too, to bring back those who were taken too soon. I get it. Watching this episode did for me the one thing I would argue a story is supposed to do. And I'm going to get a little philosophical here, so stick with me. In Aristotle's Poetics, the renowned philosopher explores what it means to write a compelling tragedy. And while I think the world of theatrics and storytelling has evolved quite a bit in the last 2,300 years, this specific point holds true. The goal of a tragedy is to induce catharsis, to make the viewer feel something. Books, television, plays, movies, we tend to think of them as entertainment only, a way to pass the time. But Aristotle believed that it was the responsibility of our entertainment to make us think, to make us feel so strongly that by bringing to the surface our latent emotions about these fictional characters, that we may be able to process the emotions we've been holding on to from our real lives. The greatest duty a storyteller can fulfill is not to simply entertain, but to induce catharsis in their audience, to better the world by softening their hearts. In 2019, one of my best friends from high school passed away. It was sudden and unexpected and shook me to my core. I had people to talk to, a stable support system around me, but I could never put into words exactly what it feels like. And then one day, I rewatched Heaven Sent, and I realized I don't need to put it into words anymore. This episode is an expression of what it feels like to process grief, of what I felt like processing my grief. It was my experience actualized. This is the most pure, triumphant form of what storytelling can be. That is the beauty of Heaven Sent. It transcends Doctor Who. It transcends the medium of television. It is a powerful statement, an artistic expression of what it means to love and to lose. And this is why it will forever be my favorite episode of Doctor Who. Is the 13th Doctor a hypocrite? After a crazy amount of anticipation, speculation, and build-up, the 11th series of Doctor Who came and went. Its premiere episode saw a tremendous spike in viewership, with 14 million people watching, likely due to all of the publicity surrounding the introduction of our first female Doctor, Jodie Whittaker. But as Series 11 continued to air, while the views were still very high compared to previous seasons, there seemed to be a growing fan consensus that something was off about the show. Much of this criticism was denounced as the work of trolls, sexist fans of the show that hated it now that there was a woman at the helm. And while I think this is partially true, it isn't the primary reason for the negative reception that this season received. Yes, there were people that hated it just because of Jodie, but there were also some serious, glaring narrative errors made on the part of Chris Chibnall and the writers. So, I've decided to break down exactly why Series 11 didn't work. As it turns out, there are many reasons why, too many to fit into just one video. Because of this, I will be crafting a 4-part mini-series discussing the primary problems with the writing of this season of Doctor Who. As each video is completed, I'll put them together in a playlist for your ease of viewing. In this mini-series, I will discuss the underwhelming character development, the mishandling of political activism, and the regrettable lack of creativity in sci-fi elements. But today, I'll be touching on the 13th Doctor and her confusing and hypocritical relationship with death. I expect some controversy to come from this topic, so make sure to drop a like below and let me know you want to see me keep making these Doctor Who videos. One thing I think is important to understand is that the Doctor's morality has shifted and evolved quite a bit over the years. Some iterations are perfectly okay with killing monsters and villains. Others prefer a non-violent solution. All modern versions of the character have shared a general distaste for guns and other weapons, but will still use them if completely necessary. See 10 destroying the White Point Star machine, or 11 escaping from the Weeping Angels. But even though the Doctor is inconsistent across regenerations, he is typically pretty consistent inside a single regeneration. If the Ninth Doctor disapproves of something in episode 3, he'll probably disapprove of it in episode 8, unless there's some clear character development going on. This brings us to our problem. 13 does not have a consistent morality within her own series. Her beliefs on what constitute immoral behavior are confusing and difficult to follow. Allow me to clarify. 13 does not want to kill. She is against killing people, against killing animals, against letting other people kill. She just doesn't like death. Okay, that's good. That is a very doctory scruple to have. That said, her stipulations on what it means to kill something are vague and nebulous. In her debut episode, the evil Tim Shaw is trying to hunt down and murder an innocent human man. In trying to stop him, the Doctor and her companions receive neck implant bombs that will kill them if they interfere. When the Doctor confronts Tim Shaw, he tries to blow her up, but surprise, she actually diverted the bombs back onto him. They detonate and slowly start to unravel him from the inside. As the Doctor stands over his dying body, the man Tim Shaw was after kicks him off the crane they were standing on, sending him plummeting until he warps away. The Doctor then takes this moment to be furious with the man, claiming that he had no right to do that, to kill Tim Shaw. But wait a minute. Didn't she just kill Tim Shaw? I mean, yeah, he tried to kill her first, but it was her actions that led directly to his internal deconstruction. She had every right to do so, it was in self-defense, but then why did she yell at this guy? He was acting in self-defense as well. Tim Shaw was already dying by a process that she had orchestrated. It comes off almost as if what she did wasn't really going to kill Tim Shaw. If anything, pushing him off the crane would have ended his suffering more quickly, because it's pretty clear he was writhing in pain. And oddly enough, that's not the only occurrence of this type of situation. In the episode Arachnids in the UK, gigantic spiders have appeared in the city and they are eating people. As the Doctor and her crew soon discover, there is no malicious intent here. It turns out that the spiders are just mutants, and they're trying to live like regular spiders do. Also in this episode is an antagonist of sorts, this American hotel mogul, clearly meant to be a representation of Donald Trump. As the group searches the hotel where the spiders originated, they discover a gigantic mother spider who gave birth to many of the arachnids that have been terrorizing our heroes. The creature has gotten so large now that it can't even support itself. There isn't enough oxygen in the air for it to breathe, so it's slowly suffocating. The Doctor and her companions share a sad moment together as they lament this creature's sad existence. But they are interrupted when Not Trump comes barging in and uses his handgun to shoot the spider, killing it. This greatly upsets the Doctor. She views it as a desolation of innocent life. But here's the thing. She had proposed no solution to help the creature. She didn't make any attempt to fix the situation at all. If he hadn't shot that spider, it would have just suffered and struggled to breathe until it died. This isn't a human life we're talking about, so there really isn't much debate to be had here. When an animal is suffering to the point that it has no quality of life, the humane thing to do is to put it down quickly and painlessly as possible. And yet, this guy is played up as some kind of supervillain for doing that very thing. Not to mention, the Doctor's solution for the rest of the spiders? Instead of killing them, she decides to trap all of them in a single room underground, with no food or water, while they will all collectively starve to death. How is this any better? Does the Doctor only see the existence of life as important and completely disregard the concept of quality of life? Does she not understand that starving something to death is another form of murder? The next episode I want to take a look at is The Witchfinders, where the Doctor is accused of being a witch by 17th century noblemen, including King James I. It turns out that the occult activity they had been investigating was actually just aliens. Big surprise there. And that they had escaped from a prison on top of a hill. The Doctor does what the Doctor does and transforms their prison into a way to kill them. She disposes of all of the aliens except for one, the Queen. King James then takes this opportunity to use the exact same weapon the Doctor had created to smite the Queen as well. This, just like before, upsets the Doctor greatly. According to her, James shouldn't have done that. He had no right to kill the Queen. It's incredible. The Doctor is wearing these rose-colored glasses that show her actions as always completely justified, but the actions of those around her are always deplorable. She just killed far more than he did. What right does she have to be upset with him? Why is she even upset with him? It's mildly infuriating. And even when the Doctor isn't killing anyone, her moral compass is still incredibly confusing. During their search for the Ghost Monument, the Doctor very strongly declares that she hates guns, and that weapons are something that she chooses not to use. Ryan ignores her and uses a gun to shoot the many different robots chasing them at that particular moment. The robots all get up and keep chasing them, and the whole bit is played for laughs, before the Doctor eventually constructs an EMP that knocks the robots out for good. And I have two problems with this scene. First, the Doctor claims she doesn't use weapons, and then she constructs a weapon herself. You could claim that the EMP isn't a weapon, it's actually a tool, but I don't buy it. It did the same thing that the gun did, it shut down the robots. By that logic, the gun isn't a weapon, it's a tool, and its purpose is to shut down robots. That's dumb. The Doctor is clearly being hypocritical with her statement about weapons here. But okay, maybe she just hates guns specifically. This leads to the second problem I have with this scene. Later, in the series finale, Graham and Ryan both pick up guns, and she is totally fine with it. The Doctor makes it a point that she was just laying down the rules before, and that's why it's okay for them to use guns now. What? How does that make any sense? She made a rule that was very important to her, but it doesn't actually have to be followed. She just wanted you to know about it. Actually abstaining from using a gun isn't important to her. She just wants you to think that when you initially meet her. Not only is this monumentally confusing, but it paints the Doctor as this wishy-washy, hypocritical, unclear control freak. That is not a good look for our main hero. And believe it or not, there are actually several more instances I could go over here, but for time's sake, I'll just mention them briefly. The Doctor has absolutely no problem with Ryan sending the space racist Krasko back in time as far as possible, which means he either got eaten by dinosaurs or vaporized by the Big Bang. He clearly died because of that thing. Also, she thinks it's somehow better that Graham trapped Tim Shaw for eternity instead of just killing him, as if immortality in prison is somehow better than just dying. At that point, what's even the difference? Now, the last thing I want to touch on is refuting some common counter-arguments. Argument number 1. The Doctor thinks eternal punishment is better than murder. He's done it before. Remember when 10 trapped the family of blood forever, each in their own unique eternal prison? 13 does that too, so it's not weird or inconsistent. Well, here's the key difference. 10 didn't feign moral superiority because of his choice. In fact, he went out of his way to hide from the family of blood because he knew how powerful his own wrath was. It's pretty clearly depicted that his punishments for them were excessive, cruel, and fueled by anger. When 13 punishes someone this way, it's played up as humane and moral. It's not. Argument number 2. Well, the 7th Doctor blew up all of Skaro. 11 basically genocided the Silence, and we can't forget all the Dalek casualties from ending the Time War. The Doctor's always claimed to be a pacifist, but committed heinous acts. This hypocrisy is nothing new. To that, I'll say this. The problem is not the Doctor killing when necessary. It's the holier-than-thou, sanctimonious attitude that 13 carries with her. She will kill, just like every other Doctor, and then she'll immediately lecture you about why murder is wrong and how she's above it all. At least other Doctors were clear. They acknowledged the moral gray area they had to dip into anytime they needed to make a difficult decision or take a life. They never got mad at a companion for blasting a Dalek or hitting a Sontaran with a hammer. As 12 so eloquently put it, sometimes the only choices you have are bad ones, but you still have to choose. Is Series 11 of Doctor Who too political? It's an interesting question, and I plan to tackle it here from an apolitical viewpoint, meaning I won't inject any of my personal opinions into this deconstruction. Unfortunately, because of the nature of the internet, I know I'm going to get a bunch of hate regardless, so do me a big favor and drop a like on this video to try and counteract a little bit of that hate. With that out of the way, Doctor Who has always been political. Correct. I am not arguing against this. But this statement doesn't matter when critiquing the political writing of Series 11. Why? Well, let me put it this way. Just because the series has been political in the past, that isn't an excuse for poorly written and executed political storylines today. One could easily point to the terrible writing of the Sixth Doctor's era and say that's an excuse for the writing to be terrible today. See how quickly that logic just falls apart? Now, I have nothing against politically charged stories, but they require nuance in order to be good. They need creativity. Just because the message behind something is good doesn't inherently make that thing good. I could film an entire hour of the TARDIS just sitting on a hill, but the words "Stop Sexism" are plastered up in the sky the entire time. Does this count as a good political episode of Doctor Who? I think not. Political fiction needs to present a topic in a way that makes the viewer think. It should leave the viewer with something to ponder or a new way of looking at an issue that they thought they already understood. So, does Series 11 actually do this? Well, let's take a look. I will be discussing Rosa, Arachnids in the UK, and Kerblam. So first, Rosa. A lot of people like this episode, but I have very mixed feelings. I'll start with the positives. This episode did an amazing job of showing the evils of racism. Watching that man smack Ryan in the face was difficult. It hurt to watch. Because we viewers are human, we're empathetic. We hate seeing this injustice happen. The second thing I thought the episode did well was its focus on Rosa Parks and explaining the mark she left on history. I think it's important to remember the people that paved the way for the world we live in today. But the problem with this episode is, both of these positives are ruined by respective negatives. So let's take a look at the first one, the powerful depiction of racism. Yes, this episode makes you feel really bad that racism happened in the past. But that's it. There's no lesson, or moral, or intriguing thought behind racism is bad. This is lacking the nuance I talked about earlier. A far better example of nuance in political fiction is from Get Out. If you haven't seen it, the gist of the film is that the wealthy older white people are stealing the bodies of healthy young black people and taking them over. Instead of just presenting racism is bad, it deconstructs what racism really is. It's not just considering another race inferior. In this instance, it's objectifying people of that race and using them as tools for your own purpose. A crazy racist from 1960 would never want his mind in the body of a black person, but a crazy racist from today might. It makes you think about how, even though you don't hate someone, you might still be objectifying that, and that's still racist. That's interesting and makes you ponder it for a while. Art should depict political ideas in new or creative ways like this. There should be something to be learned, not just something to be reinforced. Rosa completely fails at this. The white people of the 20th century are just normal racists. They hate black people. Krasko, the space racist of the future, is the same way. There's no explanation for the type of world he comes from or why he came to be racist. That could be really interesting, explaining how Rosa Parks made the world a better place and contrasting that with the fact that as long as a society exists, prejudice will exist within it. But this episode didn't do that. It didn't even try. But that's okay. Maybe the point of this episode was to celebrate Rosa Parks and educate the current generation of her story. Just like Doctor Who was originally designed to be, a historical fiction show with informative elements. This episode pretty clearly showed how she changed the entire universe, how she made the world a better place, and that's great. But the problem I have with this interpretation of the episode is that, well, it misinterpreted Rosa Parks. It showed her historic refusal to change seats as a spur-of-the-moment decision brought on by her unwavering daily dedication to equality. But that's just not accurate. In actuality, Rosa Parks had planned the action as a protest, and it was done to mimic the actions of other young women, Claudette Colvin, Aurelia Browder, Mary Louise Smith, and Sue McDonald, who all refused to change seats months prior to Rosa Parks. Now, I'm not saying this to diminish what Rosa Parks did, quite the opposite. I'm simply shedding light on the fact that she was an activist with a plan, not just a good-natured woman who happened to take a stand one day. So this episode, Rosa, fails to make us look at racism in a new light. It fails to make us tackle our preconceived notions, and it fails to give us an accurate representation of who Rosa Parks really was. This episode wasn't well-meaning or helpful. It certainly didn't convince any real-world racists to change their tune. It was designed to show just how woke Doctor Who is now, and completely missed the mark. The next episode, Arachnids in the UK, was much worse. It's pretty blatant from the beginning, but this guy, the overly angry, overly violent, stupid, selfish, cowardly American hotel mogul with plans to run for president in 2020, everybody knows who he's supposed to represent. But that's the main problem with this episode. As far as Trump allegories go, he's a really bad one. All of his similarities are completely surface level, and everything else about him is just a generic negative trait. And as I described in my last video on Series 11, click right here if you haven't seen it, he only exists in the story to be a punching bag, a character who's pure evil, who nobody likes, designed to invoke the thought, wow, he's bad, and he's like Trump, and I think Trump is bad. This political commentary is sensational. As I said, political fiction should make you think, make you reconsider your position. Imagine for a moment you are a MAGA hat wearing Trump voter, and you watch this episode. Have you been convinced at all that Trump isn't really a good guy? Are you considering voting against him now in 2020? No, of course not. This guy is the equivalent of me making a character called Brock Ohana, who kicks puppies and steals candies from babies, and then I expect you to believe that the real-world Barack Obama was a terrible president. It's a straw man, and a terrible one at that. Any Trump supporter watching this would just be pissed off. You didn't convince them of anything. You didn't make the world a better place. Now imagine that you're a pride flag-waving liberal Democrat, and you watch this episode. Have you reconsidered why the people you disagree with support Donald Trump? Have you been given any insight into why he acts the way he does, or what mindset got him elected? No, of course not. You've been given no new information about the people you disagree with. You either just snickered and thought, yeah, Trump sucks, or you felt completely patronized by this cheap attempt to win your political favor. This episode isn't remotely clever. It doesn't make anyone think differently. It didn't change the mind of a single conservative, and it didn't offer anything of substance to any liberal. So why did they make it? The answer? To grandstand, to show how woke they are. And guess what? Kerblam isn't any different. Kerblam is supposed to show us the dangers of both capitalism and the roboticization of our workforce. Both interesting topics with a lot of complex and nuanced ways to deconstruct how we consider them. But this episode didn't do that. No, instead, it showed us a world where people were quickly being replaced by machines, only to have the anti-machine activists become a deranged terrorist who the Doctor offs at the end. Yeah. What was the point here? Really, I'm left scratching my head at this one. I feel like this could have been a perfectly good sci-fi episode about robots that gain sentience and attack people in a factory. The political message is so incredibly lazily slapped on that it's nearly incoherent. I guess we're supposed to agree with the villain that people shouldn't be replaced by machines in the workplace? But then why have him double down and kill him at the end? Why make the robots the ones that asked the Doctor to help in the first place? Why not instead have the guy we're supposed to agree with behave rationally, decide to stop his plan, and then work with the Doctor to find a solution to the problem of the shrinking workforce? I just don't get it. This was a very transparent attempt by the BBC to make political as many episodes of Series 11 as possible, even when the writers have no idea what message they want to convey. That's what I mean when I say Series 11 was too political. Not that it had political messages in it, but that the series itself is a political message. How do you do, fellow kids? We're totally on board with all that social justice jazz, faux shizzle. It's empty, it's meaningless, it doesn't make the world any better off, and so it should be kept out of this fun science fiction show. Unless you actually have something of interest to say, don't put your political opinions in fiction. You're just bogging down the fun, narrative escapism. Honestly, I love it when fiction has political elements that are done well. I have a whole video all about why Captain America Civil War presents the freedom versus security argument brilliantly. And I'm not the kind of person that gets upset when fiction tries to convince me of a belief I don't currently hold. But if there's no effort, no passion, no creativity, or interesting new concepts, then stop. You're not making political fiction anymore, you're making propaganda. That is why Series 11 of Doctor Who is too political. Doctor Who Series 11 was an absolutely terrible sci-fi show. Now, I recognize that this is a bold claim, but I think I have more than enough evidence to support this statement. My main problem with the sci-fi this season is that it had the most boring, stagnant, unimaginative elements I've seen in a long time. But before I get into it, make sure to drop a like below to let me know you want to see more Doctor Who content on this channel. Okay, what's so unimaginative about the sci-fi this season? Well, let me just start by describing the monsters from a few of the episodes. I'm sure that will clear all of this up. The first episode was all about an alien from a race of adept assassins. They send their kind to different planets all throughout the galaxy, tasked with tracking down and killing a particular member of a race native to that planet. They live for the hunt, revel in the glory of securing the kill, and adorn themselves with small totems of each of their prey. Not to mention, they wear a futuristic mask that hides their scary face, only to be revealed as a shock once the story gets exciting. Huh? Tim Shaw? Who's that? I was talking about The Predator. You know, the movie that came out over 30 years ago? No, I clearly wasn't talking about Tim Shaw, member of the race of, what was his race called again? Or his planet? Despite being a complete ripoff of something legitimately cool, Tim Shaw was so boring that I don't remember anything about him. But alright, maybe he was just a fluke. What about Demons of the Punjab? Yeah, that was unique, wasn't it? The Doctor and company are dropped into a historic moment in British history, filled with human conflict, only to discover that something is off. People are dying, and it seems like these strange and confusing aliens are popping up right when they pass away. What's worse, the Doctor has no idea what they're doing here at this particular point in time, or why they could possibly want to kill humans who have seemingly nothing to do with them. It's only after the Doctor uses a little genius intellect to break into the alien ship and have a discussion that it's revealed that the group of otherworldly visitors is actually peaceful. Yeah, they weren't killing anyone, but instead they simply wanted to be around when the people died as an act of altruism. Isn't that sweet? Oh, you thought I was talking about the Thagerians? No. I'm obviously describing Testimony, you know, from Twice Upon a Time. That's weird. These stories are just so gosh darn similar, almost as if one of them had copied the other one. But no, I'm sure that's not it. Let's move on. I'm sure there's plenty of other original and creative content in Series 11, right? I mean, what about the Surunga conundrum? Sure, the Doctor has been trapped on board an enclosed spaceship with a scary monster dozens of times before, but at least this monster is completely unique, right? A short, green, slimy-looking creature whose primary ability is to eat things in incredibly large quantities? No one's ever thought of that before. Unless you've heard of the alien Upchuck from Ben 10. Huh. They really share quite the similarities in appearance, don't they? And they also have the exact same abilities. Weird. Well, what about the Witchfinders? That one was certainly original. The Doctor traveled back to the past to a time where superstition ran rampant, and the belief of something magical like a witch was commonplace. Then, as it seems like witches might actually exist, it turns out that there's simply a race of female aliens that just look creepy and have abilities that can be mistaken for magical witch powers. Yeah, the show did this back in season 3. And it was way better, with a much cooler dynamic of the witches battling William Shakespeare using the power of words. Series 11 is just full of rip-offs, plain and simple. Any remotely good idea from this series was just stolen from an objectively better piece of sci-fi media. And it's a shame. Not only is it indicative of the writer's laziness, but it's just kinda scummy. Sure, there's the possibility that these ideas were stumbled upon organically, but 4 coincidences in one season? I can only give so much benefit of the doubt before I recognize a pattern. But these aren't the only episodes in the series. Maybe the others have some cool sci-fi. Well, unfortunately not. Everything that wasn't a ripoff was really lazy, uninteresting, or just nonsensical. There were 2 genuinely good and unique ideas, but they were both wasted. First, let's go over the lazy elements. I'll do a quick rundown of all the monsters that were so milquetoast that they don't deserve any more analysis. Episode 2, Robots and Angry Bedsheets. This was lame, it wasn't scary, and it offered nothing new. Episode 3, Angry Racist Time Traveler. He's just a guy, with no motivation and no powers. Episode 4, Big Spiders. That's it, they're just big. I mean, come on, this concept was done better in the 70s. Seriously, go watch Planet of the Spiders. At least those ones had psychic powers. Episode 7, More Robots. Nothing to say here, just more robots. All of these are boring, bottom-of-the-barrel sci-fi. Completely creatively bankrupt. They didn't even try. So what about the 2 good ideas I said they had? Well, unfortunately for us, the Solitract and the Ux were both executed horribly. The Solitract, a sentient universe incompatible with our own, is an absolutely fabulous idea, but it was squandered in such a boring and forgetful way that it almost hurts to talk about. So much potential flushed down the drain by writers too incompetent to realize the opportunity they held in their hands. Instead of an episode exploring the possibilities of a world that thinks for itself, we're dragged along on this wild goose chase through a forest, then a house. Maybe there's a monster, there's a little blind girl, an absentee father, a mirror portal, some weird cave hallway, the creepy gremlin that lives in the cave hallway. You see how much unnecessary crap is shoved into this episode before we get the big reveal about the Solitract? It's not good. With an idea that cool and so many different possibilities for storytelling, you shouldn't just shove it at the end of a mystery where it has no time to breathe after being revealed. Yes, watching the Doctor talk to an omnipotent frog on a chair was the exact sort of thing I tune into Doctor Who for, but I don't want a consolation prize. I'm not going to be happy you wasted such an amazing idea just because I got to see 2 minutes of it in an hour-long episode. This show has the budget, it has the time, but for some reason we were forced to drag our feet through a confusing and unentertaining mystery instead of indulging in an exciting and bountiful sci-fi world. But I can't talk much more about the Solitract without getting legitimately angry, so let's move on to the Ux. The Ux make absolutely no sense. There's only 2 of them at a time? How does that work, biologically? They live for thousands of years, but one is clearly much older than the other. She trained him in his abilities like a mother, so I doubt that they mate. Where do new Ux come from? Also, why are these 2 alone on a completely barren planet? How do they survive there? And if they're really powerful enough to terraform entire worlds, and people across the universe know about them, how come no one else in the universe has ever tried to take advantage of their abilities like Tim Shaw did? If any of these questions were answered, then maybe they could have actually been interesting. Instead, we just got telepaths that live really long. That's not particularly cool, I hate to break it to you, especially not for a series finale. Other Doctor Who finales have ridiculous nonsense like multiverse invasions, paradox machines, and armies from the future, rebooting the entire universe, or standing at the end of time on the ruins of Gallifrey. Oh no, the Blue Man Group stole 4 planets and is going to blow them up. Remember when Davros stole 27 planets and was going to harness their gravitational energy to destroy all matter in every conceivable reality? Like, this is just so boring, basic, cookie-cutter sci-fi. It's embarrassing to know that the Ux and the Pating come from the same series that gave us the Vashta Nerada, Weeping Angels, Silence, The Mummy on the Orient Express, or Satan himself. Doctor Who Series 11 was creatively bankrupt, even if all the other issues still remained. The Doctor was a hypocrite, the characters were boring, the political themes were poorly written. Even if all those problems were still around, the show would still be worth watching if it showed us some cool new sci-fi. A genuinely scary monster, a cosmic being that makes you reconsider your place in the universe. Hell, I'd be satisfied if they just showed me something that looked cool. There's this awesome fan-made video on YouTube titled Rain, which I'm going to link right here. It's just the Doctor showing his companion something creative and otherworldly. It only lasts for like a minute. But that's all you need for a satisfying sci-fi experience. That's it. But for whatever reason, Doctor Who Series 11 never even came close to this. No new ideas, nothing unique or cool. It's a real shame. But the thing is, a whole bunch of people like to blame the bad sci-fi in this series on Chris Chibnall's decision not to include monsters from Doctor Who's history. I don't think that's the issue at all. No, even the New Year's special, Resolution, had really boring sci-fi, despite the fact that it had a Dalek in it. You want to see a well-written story about a single Dalek terrorizing the Doctor? Go watch Series 1, Episode 6. You want to see a Dalek possess people, or be confronted with the idea of having a Dalek control your mind? Check out Series 7, Episode 1. There's nothing original or good here, even when given the springboard of over 50 years of complex and intriguing Doctor Who lore. Why doesn't the 13th Doctor feel like the Doctor? Quite a few people seem to think that it's because Jodie Whittaker can't act, but I disagree. If you watch her roles in Black Mirror, Attack the Block, or any of her stage performances, it's clear that she is a phenomenal actress. Others will claim that 13 doesn't feel like the Doctor because she's a woman. Sexist or not, there are a lot of detractors who believe that the Doctor is a fundamentally male role, and that any woman, even the greatest actress in the world, couldn't pull it off. I don't really buy this either. After all, Missy carried much of the same chaotic and prideful energy of the previous Masters, despite her swap in gender. So why is 13 so un-Doctor-ish? I think it's simple. She isn't written to be the Doctor. And this is just a symptom of a broader problem with Series 11. None of the characters are written like real people. Take Ryan, for example. What are his traits? His flaws, his desires, what does he want, and why? All we know about him is that he has a YouTube channel that we only see him use once, he has dyspraxia, which is only marginally relevant in 2 episodes, and he's struggling to accept Graham as his grandfather. All of these things could be interesting, but we never get to see any of it expounded upon. Why does Ryan choose to spend time with the Doctor, especially since that means hanging out with Graham, who he isn't too fond of? Does he have goals, aspirations? Is there something he's afraid of? We don't know why he's here. With previous companions, there was always some hook. Rose was tired of her boring life. She wants to do something more. Martha sort of fell for the Doctor in all his mystery and bravado. Donna got sucked into her first adventure by accident, but after learning a bit of perspective and seeing how big the universe truly is, she couldn't go back to her shallow and unfulfilling life. Amy had a lifelong fascination with the Doctor as her childhood imaginary friend. Clara was actively pursued by the Doctor, and much like Martha, developed a bit of a crush on him. She chose to stay with 12 because the two had grown so close in their adventures. And even Bill, who had the weakest of reasons to join the Doctor, she had the hook of figuring out the mystery of this professor who had been teaching at her university for decades. With Ryan, and also Yaz, there is no hook. There's no reason. If the Doctor showed up and my grandma died in the same day, then I got whisked away to a different planet against my will, I wouldn't be too keen on continuing to adventure with her, not without some greater motive. You could say that the allure of traveling space and time is enough to draw in anyone to go on adventures with the Doctor, but that's only if they actually want a life of adventure. It has to be established that they yearn for something greater. Ryan is a normal guy in his early 20s. Does he have a job, friends, a girlfriend, anything that might get in the way of him popping off for weeks at a time to fly through space? No, and so I guess he doesn't need a motivation either. He just hops in the TARDIS with everyone else because the plot says so. He's not a character, he's an outline of a character, and that makes it extremely hard to care about him when he has family troubles. The only saving grace this series had in terms of character was Graham, because he had some actual reasons to travel with the Doctor. He's an older guy and his wife passed away. The only thing in the world that he has to live for at this point is Ryan. So of course he takes the opportunity to see as much of the universe as he can with what little time he has left. And since Ryan's going to be there with him, he's basically living the best life he could. See, it makes sense for Graham's character that Ryan would travel with him, but we have no clue why Ryan himself would choose to go. If the series had been structured around Graham traveling with the Doctor and Ryan accidentally gets roped in a couple times until he grows close enough with Graham that he willingly decides to stick around, now that would be some real interesting character work. But no, that's too much effort. See, his motivation isn't the only reason Graham is the best character this series. Because we know he's just there to have fun, the fact that he acts like a goofball all the time makes us happy. He's a character who wants something, and then he gets that thing, so we feel good. This is the most basic of storytelling. He even has a little quirk to make him unique. He always calls the Doctor Doc. It's not enough to actually be, a personality, but it's the closest this series gets. If Graham were a character in any other series this show, he would easily be the most boring, but because it's Series 11, he ranks at the top. Still, that doesn't mean he's free of criticism. He has this single episode character arc where he laments losing his wife, and he has to decide not to stay with a fake version of her in the Solitract. This could have been a lot more effective if his yearning to see his wife again actually affected his actions in previous episodes. If we took a break from the silly adventures long enough for Graham to sulk that he couldn't see the beauty of the universe in the reflection of his wife's eyes, well, maybe I would feel for him more in this episode. The same thing in the finale. Graham wants to kill Tim Shaw, but ultimately decides not to. I've already explained the logical reasons why this is stupid. Click here if you haven't seen that video. But if we saw him struggling with anger or violence before this very second, it would hold some more weight. And finally, that brings us to Yaz. Listen, Graham and Ryan are silhouettes of characters, but Yaz is barely even that. Much like Ryan, she has no reason to be here. It's explained in the first episode that she wants to do more as a cop. Instead of just giving people tickets, she wants to make a difference. So what does she do? Join the Doctor to avoid her job and goof off in space. How does that follow? Despite the words on the box, the Doctor is not a space cop. She doesn't jump from emergency to emergency solving problems. She travels for fun and fixes problems when she finds one. I don't see how this could satiate a character who wants to dedicate herself to making the world a better place. But see, this conflict of interest never comes up because Yaz is basically non-existent. She never does anything in any of the stories. She never argues or complains or acts recklessly. None of these companions do. They all completely lack any sense of agency. The Doctor says, "Let's do this," and then they all just do it. Every time. They're all doormats for the plot to walk on, instead of three-dimensional people that advance the plot themselves. And Yaz is the worst offender by far. In Demons of the Punjab, there's a throwaway joke that maybe the Doctor is Yaz's girlfriend. And that just makes me think, well, is that a good idea? A bad idea? Neither of these characters show any desire or disdain for the idea. Like, does anyone here have a sexuality? Romantic inclinations of any kind? You want to put the Doctor in a lesbian relationship or any type of relationship? Fine, just do it. Give me some indication that these characters feel emotions, wants, needs. Is this Doctor asexual, like 12 seemed to be? Great, show us that. This is why the Doctor doesn't feel like the Doctor. Not the lack of a defined sexuality, but the lack of unique traits. Does she like certain foods? Certain clothes? Does she have a favorite color? Does she have a pet peeve? Are there any sounds that annoy her? Anything that makes her particularly angry? Is there anything remotely unique about the 13th Doctor? Or is her reaction to every single thing just, oh, I love that, here's a pop culture reference? And to top it all off, not only does this Doctor not have any unique qualities, but she doesn't share any important similarities with past Doctors either. There's never any mention of Gallifrey or running from her past. There are no scenes where she aches from the loss of all of her loved ones or looks back on the thousands of years she's lived. There's no indication of her age, her wisdom, how many people she's lost, or how much hope it takes to keep moving forward. There's no drama from being separated from her own race. There was never a bold, defining moment where this Doctor took the reins of the situation, made an impassioned speech filled with confidence and a little bit of whimsy. There was never a moment that solidified 13 as the Doctor. There's nothing. You want her character to be hopeful, cheerful, optimistic? That's great, but you need to contrast that with what she looks like when she's upset and hurting. If you don't, the optimism and hope aren't positive traits shining through difficulty, they're just the colors you painted this stick figure that we've labeled the Doctor. The 11th Doctor was young and vibrant and fun, but he was still millennia old, and that peaked out when things got serious. There were moments of his rage, his sadness, his loneliness, and their contrast made him incredibly fascinating and endearing. Things never get serious with 13. The truth of who she is, this ancient godlike being, never appears. So all we're left with is this time-hopping genius with no personality and her band of silhouettes the show tries to tell us are characters. It's cool in concept, but it's just a shell of what Doctor Who used to be. All flash, no substance, no heart. And with Doctor Who, there should always be enough for at least 2 hearts. And with that, I am done with my critique of Series 11. I've covered basically everything I can knowledgeably speak about. Of course, things like the directing, music, and art design have all suffered tremendously as well, but I don't know how to explain those with enough expertise to offer any criticism of substance. I can only say that it feels like they've really dipped in quality. I'm typically a pretty optimistic person, and I certainly don't subscribe to the belief that Series 12 will for sure fall into the same pitfalls as its predecessor. But for the first time since I started watching Doctor Who nearly a decade ago, I'm not excited to see what comes next. The Cyber Time Lords from the Timeless Children are not the hybrid that was prophesized in Series 9. Despite what online articles and various Twitter users will tell you, the hybrid was never a plot hole nor a dangling plot thread. We already know what the hybrid was. So let's take a look at that prophecy. A hybrid creature, crossbred from 2 warrior races, would stand over the ruins of Gallifrey and unravel the web of time, breaking a billion hearts to heal its own. This is what the Time Lord Matrix prophesized the hybrid to be. So, do the Cybermasters from Series 12 fit this description? Well, they are bred from 2 warrior races. That much is clear. And yes, they do stand in the ruins of Gallifrey, as Sacha Dhawan's master destroyed the Citadel and killed off every Gallifreyan. These 2 points are what caused all the ruckus about the Cyberlords being the hybrid. However, they don't fit the second portion of the prophecy at all. Unravel the web of time? Nope. They never time travel or do anything remotely similar. They stand around while the Master blathers on, and then they get destroyed by the death particle. Breaking a billion hearts to heal its own? Maybe, but it's a massive stretch. You could interpret this part of the prophecy to mean that the Time Lords had to all be murdered so that they could be converted into these new cyber forms, meaning their organic hearts were broken so they could be healed with Cyberman technology. But to me, that's really grasping at straws. So if the Cyber Lords aren't the hybrid, then what is? Is it me, or rather a Shilder? She's the hybrid of human and Meyer, two warrior races. She stands in the ruins of Gallifrey at the end of the universe, and she constantly loses her memory as she ages, her heart breaking every time she can't remember her parents, her lovers, her own children, for billions of years. But we run into the same problem as before. Me never unravels the web of time, whatever it is that means. No, what the hybrid really was revealed to us during Hell Bent, but it seems to have flown over many people's heads. The hybrid is the Doctor and Clara, two warrior races, Time Lord and human. Stand in the ruins of Gallifrey? They were there at the end of time, right next to me, watching the universe come to a close on the surface of Gallifrey. Unravel the web of time? The Doctor plucked Clara out of her time stream right before her death, and the TARDIS they stole experienced temporal disturbances as they tried to fly away. They messed with the fabric of reality. And finally, break a billion hearts to heal its own. The Doctor, trapped in the confession dial, died over and over again for 4.5 billion years. Every single life lost was due to his broken hearts, because he just lost Clara. He sacrificed billions of lives, meaning billions of hearts, just so he could be reunited with Clara, so the hybrid's heart could be made whole again. These two, the Doctor and Clara, are the hybrid. I don't think it's debatable. Now, all that said, I understand if you don't like this storytelling decision. I know a lot of people were sick of Clara by the time Series 9 rolled around, and were not happy when she turned out to be the focus of the finale that year. That's fine. Whether Clara was likable or even a good companion is completely subjective. But what isn't subjective is that the Doctor and Clara being the hybrid makes sense. I've seen people ask, why aren't the Doctor and Rose the hybrid? What about Amy or Sarah Jane or Ace? Why didn't they cause the Doctor to go too far, to break all his rules, to become the hybrid? Well, Clara is a special case. Here's why. Number 1. Clara is what lifted the Doctor out of his depression. Following the Doctor's separation from Amy and Rory, he became monumentally downtrodden. He stopped adventuring and resigned himself to live on a cloud above Victorian England. He even changed his TARDIS interior into one far less fun and whimsical. The light had gone out of his life, and he was living out his final regeneration in solitude. It wasn't until he met Clara, or at least a version of her, that he decided his life needed purpose again. He dedicated himself to seeking out the origin of the impossible girl. Solving that mystery gave him purpose. Number 2. Clara saved the Doctor's life more times than anyone ever. By jumping into the Doctor's time stream, Clara stopped the Great Intelligence from killing the Doctor at all periods of his life until that point. She became a permanent fact stamped onto his life. She was even there when he first stole a TARDIS and left Gallifrey, and she did all of this without knowing if she'd be able to come back out of his time stream. In her eyes, she could have just forfeit her own life, but she decided it was worth it for the Doctor's sake. Number 3. Clara is the Doctor's longest-running companion. Clara spent some time with the Doctor and grew close to him right before he landed on Trenzalore. She then, due to the TARDIS malfunctioning, popped up several times during his 900-year stint protecting the town of Christmas. That is a 900-year period where Clara was his confidant, his only reminder of his previous life of adventuring through space and time. To him, Clara was like a relic of a bygone age, a reminder of his fondness for the universe. Of course he started to subconsciously associate her with freedom and happiness. Number 4. Clara is the first face that his face saw. In the same way that Rose was special to 10 and Amy was special to 11, Clara is special to 12. It's sort of like imprinting. The very first personal connection this new life of the Doctor makes, that's the one that will be the most important to him going forward. As cold and distant as 12 may seem in his first series, he always keeps Clara safe. He even calls her as the 11th Doctor to make sure she sticks around. He knows that Clara will be important to him as the 12th Doctor. Number 5. There is precedent for the Doctor to act out of line when it comes to Clara. In Series 8, Clara outright betrays the Doctor. She attempts to transport him to a lava planet and destroy all of his TARDIS keys right in front of him, all in a bid to blackmail him into saving the life of Danny Pink. She goes through with it too, destroying each key, essentially dooming her and the Doctor to death on this world of magma. And when she's done, realizing the gravity of the situation, she remarks that she would do it again. And despite all of that, and the fact that the Doctor was really in control the whole time, he still chooses to forgive her. He decides to go through with his new plan to find out where people go when they die and save Danny Pink. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think any other version of the Doctor, if put in this same situation, would have been so merciful. The Doctor has a soft spot for Clara. It's plain to see why she's more important to him than any other companion he's traveled with. It's all there in the writing. And as I said before, it's okay if you're not a fan. If you don't like how important Clara is, that's cool. You don't have to. For those of you that do feel this way, let me make one more point as to why the Doctor became the hybrid with Clara instead of any other companion. He's more vulnerable than ever. One of the most beautiful through lines in Doctor Who, for me, is how the Doctor evolves and changes. With the first Doctor, we saw him shirk his stuffy, snobbish Time Lord ways gradually. He evolved into more of a kindly old grandfather. And as the Doctor regenerated over and over again, he started leaning towards pacifism, kindness, and empathy. We saw the peak of this in McGann's 8th Doctor. Unfortunately, he was hardened again by the Time War, but after spending some time with Rose as the 9th Doctor, he learned to be kind again. He would rather be a coward than a killer, any day. The 10th Doctor dabbled in the realm of human romance, and through the pain he suffered, he matured. The 11th Doctor found himself acting humany-womany, and when we got the 12th Doctor, his final words really summarize the thousands of years of wisdom he's accumulated by this incarnation. Hate is always foolish, and love is always kind. I talk all about the 12th Doctor's growth in this video, click right here if you haven't seen it. But my point is, the 12th Doctor was the one to become the hybrid instead of the 1st, 4th, or 10th Doctors because he was the most emotionally intelligent, the most open and vulnerable. Combine that with the fact that he was closer to Clara than maybe anyone else, of course it made him go too far. So that's the truth behind the hybrid. Moffat himself confirmed it. He said that he intended for it to be the Doctor and Clara all along. He even explained that when the TARDIS was giving Clara a hard time back in Series 7, it was because it knew she would cause the Doctor to become the hybrid. Series 12, Episode 10 of Doctor Who has completely ruined the show. That may seem hyperbolic, but I am dead serious. The sheer number of plot holes, plot contrivances, and as I'm dubbing them, theme holes, is astronomical. The Timeless Child is the absolute worst addition to the Doctor Who canon since his human mother from the TV movie, which this new episode actually debunks, funnily enough. So I'm going to go over some of the biggest issues to show how glaringly awful of an impact this plot twist has had on the 57-year history of our beloved sci-fi program. Plot holes. Number 1. The Valyard is a manifestation of the Doctor's evil side between his 12th and final incarnation. Since we haven't seen the Valyard yet in New Who, we must assume he comes after the 13th Doctor. But 13 knows she has limitless regenerations, and the Valyard's whole plan was to steal the remaining regenerations from the 6th Doctor. This is because the Valyard had run out and he was going to die. Now, this makes no sense. Why would the Valyard steal something that he already has a limitless amount of? Number 2. The Sisterhood of Karn, ironically introduced in the brain of Morbius, saves the 8th Doctor in the 50th anniversary prelude, The Night of the Doctor. He dies in a spaceship crash, but is resurrected and allowed to regenerate using the Elixir of Life, which was created using their sacred flame. This sacred flame is connected to the time vortex. It's the source of regeneration itself. Well, until now. Now, that means that the Sisterhood gave the Doctor his own regeneration energy back to him. It's nonsense. He wouldn't have needed it. Number 3. River Song is a human woman who has an expanded lifespan and can regenerate like a Time Lord. This is because she was conceived by Amy and Rory while the TARDIS was traveling in the time vortex. But since the Time Lords no longer get their regeneration abilities from exposure to the time vortex, we no longer know how River got her powers. Did 11 sleep with Amy? Did he marry his own daughter? I sure hope not, but I don't know what the alternative would be. Number 4. Speaking of 11, remember how he regenerated? He ran out of regeneration energy and was about to die of old age while on Trenzalore. It wasn't until the Time Lords granted him a new regeneration cycle that he was able to avoid death and become the 12th Doctor. But if he was truly the timeless child, he never would have gotten to that point. As we know, Time Lords can choose to use or not use their regeneration energy at will. If he had any, he would have been able to sense it, so his whole regeneration makes no sense now. Number 5. And following this line of thought, maybe there was some convoluted reason the Doctor just couldn't tell that he had more regeneration energy inside of him. Or maybe the Time Lords found a way to limit his innate genetic ability to regenerate. As stupid as that is, if it were true, it still wouldn't explain why Rassilon later asks the Doctor, "How many regenerations did we give you again?" Are you honestly telling me that the Lord President of Gallifrey doesn't know the history of his own planet, the history of the Doctor's identity as the timeless child? This history, mind you, is something the Master found by just snooping around without a goal. Number 6. This leads me to my next point. Both Rassilon and Omega are completely dismissed by this new lore. It was really Tecteyun's scientific genius that led to the creation of Time Lord Society. All that flack from the 3 Doctors about Omega and Gallifrey's history, it's been retconned now. Perhaps Tecteyun created regenerations, and then Rassilon and Omega figured out time travel. But it's a commonly known history on Gallifrey that exposure to the time vortex is what grants you your regenerations. So how would they be exposed to the time vortex if they haven't discovered time travel yet? And how would they discover time travel if they weren't an advanced civilization yet? They're only an advanced civilization because they discovered regeneration. It says so in this latest episode. So their history is out of order. It's like if someone tried to convince you that the airplane was invented before the wheel. Stupid. Number 7. Next, consider the name of the Doctor. Clara entered the Doctor's time stream on Trenzalore, and she was scattered across it. She saw his entire life, not just his memories. This was his temporal footprint on the universe. Yet, she didn't see anyone before William Hartnell's first Doctor. There was no Ruth, no Timeless Children, no Morbius Doctors. Even the War Doctor, someone 11 actively tries to mentally repress, was there. If he had really been the Timeless Child, Clara would have seen all of those previous lives. But she didn't. Number 8. Ruth, played by Jo Martin, is some previous incarnation of the Doctor. She does not remember being 13, so she can't come later, and 13 doesn't remember being her, so she must be before William Hartnell. The trouble is, her TARDIS looks like a police box. That is an effect the TARDIS didn't acquire until the first Doctor landed on Earth in his premiere episode, An Unearthly Child. So the appearance of her TARDIS is another confusing plot hole. Number 9. Davros, the Daleks, the Cybermen, Testimony, the Atraxi, the Tesselecta, and the Great Intelligence. All of these universe-spanning organizations with enormous databases and unspeakable ability to gather information. None of them know about the Doctor's lives before Hartnell. Somehow, magically, this secret managed to go undetected, despite the fact that there is at least one incarnation, Ruth, flying around in a police box TARDIS calling herself the Doctor. Hell, the Jadoon know who she is, so why wouldn't the Daleks or the Great Intelligence? Yes, there are secrets that only the Time Lords know, like the Doctor's name, but this is information that the Doctor himself isn't running around sharing with people. Ruth's Doctor is flaunting her identity like any other Doctor. Plot hole. Number 10. Several times during the 7th Doctor's tenure, he hints at being, quote, more than just an ordinary Time Lord. This was originally going to be the Cartmel master plan, and the Doctor was going to be revealed as this reincarnation of the Other. But now we know for sure, without any of that pesky mystery or ambiguity, that the Doctor is the Timeless Child, and had no memory of being the Timeless Child. So then, what in the hell was Seven referring to when he said this? Number 11, and this is a big one, the Morbius faces. These are what many people consider to be the reason Chibnall wrote this plot to begin with, but they don't make any sense in context. If these faces are the lives of the Doctor pre-Hartnell, they should be completely wiped from the Doctor's memory. They shouldn't be available for the screen to show. In other words, the screen in the brain of Morbius is downloading data off a computer that doesn't have any data on it. And if you argue that the machine was simply bringing up to the surface repressed memories, then why would it re-repress them afterwards? That's not the function of the machine at all. It just doesn't make any sense. And to clarify, this was never even a plot hole to begin with. Yes, the creators of this episode did intend for these faces to be previous Doctors, but because everyone else who ever wrote the show didn't, and it would have confusingly messed up the canon, there must be another explanation. Luckily, there is. The Doctor entered into this mind battle with Morbius, who himself is a Time Lord criminal. There's no reason that these faces can't be the previous lives of Morbius instead of the Doctor. So anyone who tells you that this episode was a plot hole until now, just ask them, who is Morbius? I'd be willing to bet they don't even know. Number 12. We know the first Doctor originally grew up as a Shebogan, a Gallifreyan outside the Citadel who cannot regenerate. We know this because we've seen the orphanage where he was raised. Even if this childhood was a lie, and he had actually been alive for countless lifetimes before now, how did they deal with giving the Doctor his regeneration energy when he became a Time Lord? Seeing as it's something you can sense, wouldn't he have been able to tell that they just gave him a dose of something he already had? Did he never once get injured growing up only to find that he could heal himself? Number 13. The Doctor sucks at regenerating. He's just not very good at it. His control over his appearance is always subconscious at best. Meanwhile, characters like the Master and Romana have both indicated a significantly better control over regeneration than the Doctor, choosing their age or their appearance. So why would the Doctor, the progenitor of regeneration himself, be worse at regenerating than the species who copy-pasted it onto themselves? Does that make any sense at all? Okay, now we're moving on to plot contrivances. These aren't exactly plot holes. They can make sense if we're given some sort of explanation, but for now, they remain insane coincidences that break the immersion of the show. Number 1. The Doctor, like all Time Lords, has 2 hearts. Genetically, he is the same as all other Time Lords. The Shebogans, Gallifreyans who live outside the Citadel and cannot regenerate, they also have 2 hearts and an identical genetic makeup to the Time Lords. Why is this? By what insane circumstance would the Timeless Child be exactly the same genetically as the race of beings who found her? And if the second heart is something you gain when being given regeneration energy, which is insanely stupid, why do modern Shobogans also have two hearts? They haven't been given any regeneration energy, meaning they haven't been spliced with the Doctor's DNA yet. Number 2. If the Doctor were the Timeless Child, and was used for many lifetimes as a secret agent member of the Division, why would the Time Lords decide to wipe his mind and let him live his own life? They are clearly morally bankrupt enough to experiment on a child, so why not kill him or imprison him if he's outlived his usefulness? The alternative is allowing the Doctor to trot about the universe, meaning the secret to regeneration energy itself is open and vulnerable every single time he's off-world. That's like if we sent our citizens out of the country with our nuclear launch codes taped to their back. It's ridiculously stupid, and the Time Lords should be more than smart enough to realize this. Number 3. Remember when 11 used his regeneration energy to heal River's hand? Or when 12 gave some of his regeneration energy to Davros? Well, he only did that on those very rare occasions because, until now, he wasn't aware that he had infinite regeneration energy. But guess what? Now, as the Timeless Child, every single time a character is injured on screen and the Doctor chooses not to heal them, it's because she's being lazy. Yep, the whole Timeless Child thing retroactively gave the Doctor super healing powers, and every time she doesn't use them, it's a big dumb plot contrivance. But it doesn't stop there. Number 4. Yes, in small doses, regeneration energy can be used to heal others, but in gigantic, large doses, it can be used as a laser beam, strong enough to fell a Dalek warship. Remember when the Doctor did that? Well, guess what? Infinite means endless, limitless, a well without a bottom. So because the Doctor has infinite regeneration energy now, she can shoot deadly lasers from her hands whenever she wants. And every time she doesn't do this, it's, say it with me now, a plot contrivance. Yeah, awesome. Next up, theme holes. What are theme holes? Well, a theme hole is exactly what it sounds like. A hole in the themes of a show that basically ruins its integrity. Let me give you an example. If Batman were fighting crime in Gotham City at 10 p.m., and he was also fighting Superman in Metropolis at 10 p.m., that would be a plot hole. It breaks the logic of the narrative, but it has no effect on the themes. Now, if Batman were to dedicate himself to crime fighting without killing, and then one day he randomly decides to start mowing down criminals with a machine gun, that's a theme hole. There's no logical reason Batman can't pick up a gun and fire it at someone, but it breaks the themes of the story, the themes of being better than the villains and never taking a life. So, how does the Timeless Children create theme holes in Doctor Who? Number 1. The Doctor is no longer a regular Time Lord who got fed up with the rest of them and left to see the universe, over time becoming someone who would intervene in the affairs of others. He didn't develop this altruistic mindset by spending time with humans and learning from them. Now, she was actually the super-duper most special Time Lord ever and was regularly sent on missions to intervene on other planets. This interventionary ideal of the Doctor no longer sets him apart from the rest of the Time Lords because they too thought it was necessary to intervene on other worlds. It's why they created the Division. So this makes the Doctor less special. Number 2. The Doctor was special because he was creative and kind. That is what set him apart from the stuffy Time Lords. Other than that, he was the same. It showed us that being creative and being kind are all it takes to stand out. You don't need to be different to make a difference. Now, the Doctor is special because she's actually interdimensional space Jesus, and all the reasons she's a better person than the rest of the Time Lords are because of who she is genetically. Number 3. The Doctor and the Master are no longer equals. The entire dynamic between these two was brilliant because of how they viewed each other. The Master hates the Doctor for his brilliance, and out of jealousy wants to tear the Doctor down to his level. He can't stand the idea that the Doctor chooses kindness and pacifism, and it drives him mad. The Doctor believes that he and the Master are equals, and he just wants the Master to see this. That was the whole point of the arc between 12 and Missy. The Doctor sees the good in the Master and wants him to be better. Now, they are no longer equals. The Master is actually the one who's correct in his way of thinking. The Doctor actually is better. She's genetically better, historically more important, she's more powerful, everything. The two aren't equals anymore, so their entire dynamic is thrown out the window. Number 4. They destroyed Gallifrey. Not just locked it away or used vague wording about the Time War to explain why we can't go there. They nuked it in Episode 2, then completely wiped its surface of all organic life forms in Episode 10. This is a spit in the face to the 50th anniversary special. What happened to Gallifrey Falls no more? Or what about I know where I'm going, where I've always been going, home, the long way round? Nope, throw it in the trash. Your home is not only lost, it's been vaporized on screen and is never coming back. Disgusting. It took 9 seasons to bring back the Doctor's home world, and Chibnall destroyed it again in only 2. Number 5. William Hartnell is no longer the first Doctor. Yes, it's true. The man who started it all, who fell in love with the role and continued to act it despite his declining health, all because he could make children happy. He is insignificant now. He's not the first incarnation. He wasn't the first to leave the planet. He's not the origin of this beloved character anymore. He is now an insignificant speck on the billions-year-long road of the timeless child's lifetime. Some people might say that the first Doctor was the first to take the name Doctor, so in spirit, he's still the first. But no, you're wrong. If Hartnell was the first with the name Doctor, then who is Jo Martin playing? She's clearly a previous incarnation, as she has no sonic screwdriver and she calls the TARDIS ship. Yet, she also calls herself the Doctor. William Hartnell is no longer the first, and if he were alive today, that would probably make him cry. Number 6. There is no longer any mystery to the Doctor. It was originally ambiguous why he left Gallifrey, why he acted different from other Time Lords. There was an air of subtlety, of uncertainty surrounding his past. Even after we learned the name of his race, his planet, and saw other Time Lords, he was still this enigmatic figure who defied all the staples of his species, and we never knew exactly why. Now, we are told all of those things deliberately. He's different because he's actually not a Time Lord. He left because he quite literally did not belong. Doctor Who is no longer a question because Chibnall just gave us the answer. The answer is the timeless child. Do you see how much that ruins everything? You could say that there's actually more mystery now because we don't know where the Doctor originally came from. But here's the thing. I am not curious about what the timeless child is or where it came from, because the chosen one, most special in the entire universe, is the most boring, cliche trope in all of fiction. I've seen it 1,000 times, and so has everyone else. At this point, the Doctor is basically just God. I'm not curious about where God comes from, because there's no context. The mystery before was that there were confusing contradictions between the Doctor's biology and his actions. Now the only mystery is, I just haven't told you the rest yet, lol. And number 7, it just doesn't matter. This huge, earth-shattering revelation is swept to the side as 13 and Ruth look at the camera and say, "This will not affect my life or actions in any way." Seriously, that's what happens in the episode. So Chibnall just obliterated the canon and many of the best themes of the show for no reason. There is no character development, no plot progression, nothing. This is just an info dump, a PowerPoint that makes everything exponentially worse. Chibnall and the BBC never stopped and thought to themselves, do I have the right to do this? Should I do this? Is this change disrespectful to everyone that made this show so great in the past half century? It's disgraceful. Believe it or not, this isn't even everything. I'm sure there are plenty of other plot holes and theme-breaking issues I haven't even considered yet. These have all just been off the top of my head as I sat down to write this script. Mind you, I haven't watched any classic Who in over 5 years. So if you know of any others, throw them down in the comments. I'll keep a running list. All that said, I am done with Doctor Who. I'll still talk about it, and specifically discuss how awful Series 12 was, but I'm not watching anymore. It has been completely soiled by Chris Chibnall. Soiled, all thanks to one hack fraud of a writer. Stay frosty. With the airing of The Power of the Doctor, the Chris Chibnall, Jodie Whittaker era of Doctor Who has finally come to a close. And by golly, was it an episode. I'll just say this up front. If you were a fan of this era already, then I'm pretty sure you loved it, because that's exactly what this special was. For some reason, I thought that with a ton of time and money for the BBC Centennial Special, Chibnall would pull out all the stops and deliver something actually really special. But it seems like the issues with this era haven't been about laziness. He is just genuinely unable to make quality, engaging sci-fi television. It's kind of funny, like Chibnall is a character on Dragon Ball Z. We let him take all the time and help he needed to charge up to full power, and it was still a massive stinker. But I'm not just going to give empty criticism here. Let's jump into my more granular thoughts on the episode. Oh, a little disclaimer first. I did not watch Flux. I couldn't be bothered. So I don't know anything about Dan or the weird aliens with the gems on their faces. I'm coming into the special fresh. I'm assuming the same way that a lot of casual viewers of the show did. So to start out, I have like 3 or 4 primary problems with this special that are also true of the entirety of Chibnall's era. So let's start from the top. There is not a single original idea anywhere in this convoluted mess they decided to call a plot. I did my best to keep a running tally of all the shameless ripoffs Chibnall managed to squeeze in. Here we go. The Rasputin Master dancing is lifted straight from the scene with Sims Master. The Doctor contacting a companion through use of a hologram, starting with, "If you're seeing this, I'm probably dead," is straight out of Series 1. The space train is lifted from Mummy on the Orient Express. Kate Stewart looking for help because there's an issue with paintings is pulled right out of The Day of the Doctor. The line in the beginning about how the train doesn't have any cargo is lifted from the Johnny Depp Captain Jack line, "People ain't cargo, mate." They try to pretend a Dalek defecting and being kind of good is this thing that's never happened, but it was Capaldi's second episode ever. The Master turning other people into himself is also ripped right out of the Davies era with the Sim Master. The Doctor piloting the TARDIS with the help of a crew of returning companions, also right out of the Davies era. The lone Cyberman being a vessel for an entire army of Cybermen is pulled, you guessed it, right from the Dalek arc in Series 2 of Davies' era. The hologram of the fugitive Doctor defeating the Cybermen by making them blast each other is stolen from Moffat. He did the same thing with the Weeping Angels in Blink, and with the Daleks around Gallifrey in the 50th anniversary. And finally, Chibnall somehow managed to rip himself off, as the Doctor is trapped in a machine with the Master and his Cyber Masters around her, while she has a conversation with herself inside her own mind. It just happened in The Timeless Children. Wow, okay. All of that was my first problem. Are you starting to see why I wasn't exactly a big fan of this special? Problem numero dos. The show has absolutely no tension. Things just keep happening, one after the other, with absolutely no time to breathe or even comprehend or appreciate them. Dan has an entire character arc, and I use that term in the loosest sense possible, in the first 15 minutes of the special, of which he's on screen for maybe 4 minutes. It's so wild. I have no idea how we're meant to care about anyone or anything happening when it's just being blasted in our faces at the speed of light. Every dilemma that the Doctor faces, and again, that's a word I use incredibly loosely, is instantly resolved. Or, in some cases, it's not resolved at all. Do you remember Doomsday or Angels Take Manhattan? The entire episode is about the Doctor and his companions contemplating and dealing with the fact that they are eventually going to be separated from one another. And here, the Doctor and Yaz splitting up is just silently agreed upon with no discussion. Yaz doesn't even ask to stick around and see who she regenerates into. We're supposed to believe that these two love each other, maybe even romantically, but there's nothing. No tears, no blustering, absolutely nothing. I'm convinced that anyone who genuinely cares about these characters must be projecting their own emotions and experiences onto them, or maybe they're just in love with their own headcanon versions. Because this was the most flat, boring, by-the-numbers goodbye I have ever seen. And the whole episode, every interaction is like this. Problem number 3. The characters are so flat. I kind of touched on this in the last one, but wow. If you held a laser screwdriver to my head, I would not be able to describe even a single thing to you about Yaz's personality. The Doctor is good, happy, and nice. That's the complete entirety of her performance. The Master, and don't even get me started on the Master, okay? He's just... I recognize how big of an insult this is. He's just a bad imitation of Jared Leto's Joker, who's already the worst Joker. He's crazy and bad. That is it. There are no hints of the nuance of previous versions of the character. No lingering care for their previous friend, which was expressed by a sort of longing in Missy, but it was also expressed in a bitter refusal to regenerate by Sims Master. And half the time, his goofy, silly craziness, it isn't even funny, it's just grating. Before you point to, campy versions of the character in the past, I want to explain, this Master is briefly defeated by Yaz when she pushes him down. I'm supposed to be intimidated by this villain? Seriously? He's a joke! And Jodie's final words as she regenerated, they just punctuate my point, okay? She says, "Tag, you're it." It's extremely positive, but it's also incredibly simple and infantile. I know Doctor Who is a show for kids, but kids are smarter than this. They can see a villain who is intimidating and has complex motivations. They can comprehend when characters are multifaceted. Problem 4? Show, don't tell. That is one of the simplest, most fundamental rules of writing. When you follow it, your viewers become engaged. It makes them care about the characters and the situations that they're in. Breaking Bad is one of the most critically acclaimed shows of all time. Tell me, how often does Walter White explain to someone how he feels emasculated and needs to act out so he can be in control? Zero times! We see it play out through his actions, and it's fascinating and engaging and powerful. But for whatever reason, Chibnall is completely obsessed with doing the opposite. He always tells instead of shows. The Doctor must narrate every single thing that happens on screen that could easily be conveyed visually. She needs to constantly be talking, chattering on about the sci-fi jargon, sucking all of the tension right out of whatever is happening. And that's not all. Everything has to be told to us. At the beginning, Tegan explains to Ace that she received a box from the Doctor. Why couldn't you just show us that? That is not like a budget issue. Show us Tegan opening up the box. There's so much intrigue there. Tegan, where's she been all this time? What's she up to? Wait, she got a box? What's in the box? Who sent it? The Doctor sent it? That makes me ask so many questions. Will the Doctor send it in the future, like it hasn't happened yet in chronologically in this part of the timeline? Or has she been keeping tabs on Tegan this whole time? All that audience engagement is lost when you just have her explain on the phone that it happened like a week ago. A complete waste of a good plot point. Or the new moon appearing in the sky. We had to be told that while we saw a visual on a screen instead of watching it happen and seeing people react to it. As someone who cares even a little bit about writing, it is infuriating to watch Chibnall do this over and over and over again. Let me touch on a few other smaller things that bugged me. Seeing Sacha Dhawan wearing Jodie Whittaker's doctor outfit just reinforced to me how terrible of an outfit it is. It is so visually bland and meek. I think this was genuinely, even among all the other issues, one of the biggest problems with the era. Joe Martin's doctor has drip. She has sauce. She looks cool. But 13 has negative drip somehow. It is embarrassing. The Timeless Children thing went nowhere. It was completely pointless. Now, like I said, I didn't watch Flux. My understanding is they did touch on it a little bit there, and feel free to correct me in the comments, but that whole plot point ended up being a massive flop, and it didn't, quote, open a fresh new story opportunity like its defenders loved saying that it would. It was terrible from every way you look at it, and Chibnall went nowhere with it. And last one, the Doctor and Yaz, that was queer bait, right? That's not exactly my area of expertise, and I sure wasn't invested in either of these characters, but they have been setting them up to be romantic since the small teases all the way back in series 11. It's crazy to think that even the people who liked this era, who wanted to see some romance between these characters, they didn't get a single thing. No kiss, no I love you. They didn't even consider staying together post-regeneration. It's wacky. Now, all of that said, I'm not a complete grumpy wumpus, okay? I have some actual positive things to say about the special, believe it or not. The classic Doctors, completely shined through all of it. They were a real treat. I still enjoy seeing David Bradley's portrayal of 1, and seeing 5 through 8 was an unexpected gift. Not to mention, seeing them interact. Even if it was rather non-conventional, I got to watch 7 and 8 argue. That was incredible. I love these actors. I love their doctors. It was great. Seeing 5 and Tegan again nearly made me tear up when he said Braveheart. Oh my god. And 7 and Ace, that brought so much joy to my shriveled little fanboy heart. On that note, Ace is actually my favorite classic companion, so pairing her up with the one good thing to come out of the Chibnall era, Graham, great choice. They had a very fun little dynamic. Then last thing, I did actually really like the concept of the episode. The true power of the Doctor is the way she touches the lives of those around her, and how they will be there to help when needed. I wish there was more nuance, obviously, and we've seen this exact thing happen in both the Davies and the Moffat eras, but a companion support group with tons of familiar faces, including Ian Chesterton? Now that was sweet. It was genuinely sweet. Those are my thoughts on Power of the Doctor, and subsequently, the Chibnall era as a whole. It was flat, boring, unoriginal, a disappointing time for the show. You can't deny that there was some genuine passion and joy for the series deep, deep, deep down, but that's certainly not enough to save it. I'm very curious to see how people will look back on this era in like 10 or 20 years. But now we're moving on to the future, to fresh, new, original horizons, territory never tread upon by Doctor Who, with the 14th Doctor played by David Tennant? Huh? With the recent airing of The Power of the Doctor, the 13th Doctor's era has come to a close. This is the end for Jodie Whittaker. And now that we can view her era as a whole, I thought, what better time to rank each of the Doctors, on a tier list. So that's what we're going to be doing today. This is going to be a pretty low-key, low-effort video. Just thought it would be fun to post my personal rankings of the Doctors, not from objective quality, but how much I enjoy watching them. And I would love to hear what you guys think, so make sure to let me know down in the comments if you agree, disagree, etc. We've got our tier list set up here. I don't know, it's a little boring. Why don't I throw up something interesting to watch? Boom. Well, I guess it's not really on brand. There. All right, great. Let's go. Starting with the first Doctor, William Hartnell. This is an interesting one for a few reasons. One, he was the first, and so because of that, there wasn't anything to judge him against. He sort of set the mold, and a lot of the more popular tropes that came about later, he really didn't have access to. For example, he's older. That's important. I think a lot of people kind of gloss over this. The incredibly old man in a young person's body is something they play with a lot more in modern Who, but they did play with it a little bit in classic Who. But he's sort of like this kindly old grandpa that can kind of fly off the handle sometimes, but for the most part, there's some magic about him. You want to go on adventures with him, and you want to see the kooky stuff he has to say. William Hartnell is great. He's not my personal favorite. I'm going to put him at B. And anyone who thinks this is too low, a big part of it is the fact that when, the show was airing back in the 60s, it's really slow. It is a slog to watch. Maybe I'm just a zoomer and I'm impatient, but that definitely has some play on this ranking. Okay, Patrick Troughton, the second Doctor. Right off the bat, I like him more than the first Doctor because, and you'll notice this is a pattern with me down the line, he has a very multifaceted personality, so he's sort of this dumb goofball, but it's hiding this really sort of shrewd and calculating guy. I love that. I absolutely love that. I would put him in a solid A if it were not for the fact that most of his stories are missing. That's a big thing. There's just not a lot of content out there, and that kind of is a hindrance for me. So I'm going to put him at the top of B. Third Doctor, John Pertwee. This one is really fun. So here's the thing, and I've made this analogy before, and I've had people agree with me. They're like, oh my god, how did I never realize that? And other people think I'm insane. But I think John Pertwee is the UK's version of the US's Batman from the 1960s. The one played by Adam West. Now, I know it's not a one-to-one comparison. The 60s Batman is way more comedic than Doctor Who in this era ever got. But it's the same sort of kind of goofy action hero who always has a plan for everything, and it's in the exact same way. They have all these goofy vehicles that they drive around. There's a fun charm to it. I also love that this was the era that introduced the Master, which is fantastic. I'm trying not to judge the era. I'm trying to judge the Doctor, but John Pertwee versus Delgado as the Master is iconic. It's great. It's just not my cup of tea. So with that said, I'm going to put him C tier. If there was a C+, that is where I would put him. But yeah, 3 goes into C. The fourth Doctor, Tom Baker. All right, look, he's the GOAT. He's the greatest of all time. He is the most iconic Doctor Who. I mean, even people who have only seen the modern series, they have a pretty good conception of who the fourth Doctor is. I don't really know what I can say that hasn't been said already. I know most people love him for his whimsy. I think what is the greatest aspect of him, and what later becomes the greatest aspect of the Doctor, in my opinion, across any incarnation, is his ability to say things that are so profound and beautiful and true, and it's coming out of the face of this wacky, silly guy. That is probably my favorite, because that's the sort of thing where it's this is a dumb kid's show, and then he talks about genocide and do I have the right, and stuff like scenes like that, and it's whoa, okay, there's real substance here. This is an old soul. So that is the aspect of Tom Baker's Doctor that I really love. I'm gonna get heat for this. I'm gonna get flamed for this. But I'm gonna take it on the chin. He doesn't go in S, he goes in A. I'm putting Tom Baker at the top of A tier. Feel free to tell me why I'm a stupid American in the comments. That's fine. Fifth Doctor, Peter Davison. The reason I say it like that is because at one point I made a video where I pronounced it David Son with a D, and I probably also spelt it like that in text somewhere, and I, to this day, receive about 3 comments every hour that it's Davison, not Davidson. Yes, okay, it's Davison. I got it. Please, for the love of God, leave me alone. Anyway, good Doctor. I really like him. I really like that he's very down-to-earth and chill, even though he wears celery. He is a departure, but a welcome departure from the zaniness of 4. And I appreciate that about 5. In no means is he bad. I like a lot of his stories. This is when the camp was starting to get cranked up to 11 towards the end of his run, and we'll talk about that with the next one. But all in all, quality Doctor, not great, not terrible. I'm just going to put him in a solid top of C tier. Oh boy, here we go. 6th Doctor, Colin Baker. Okay, look. I know that he's had a bunch of Big Finish audio adventures, and he's amazing in those, and that's wonderful. But I haven't listened to all of those audio adventures. That is not my conception of this Doctor. My conception of this Doctor is rainbow coats and carrot juice, alright? My conceptions of this Doctor are horrible, horrible stories and choking out his companion. That's trying to kill Perry. Those are my conceptions of the 6th Doctor. I will throw all the 6 fans a bone. One of my favorite aspects about him is his eloquent vocabulary. I think it's really funny that he just uses really long, unnecessary words. It's a great aspect of him. I have nothing against Colin Baker, but the 6th Doctor, my perception of him, very stinky, very bad. He's gonna go in D. The 7th Doctor, Sylvester McCoy. All right, this is probably gonna surprise a lot of people. He's going in A. I love 7. I love 7. I love Ace. Ace is my favorite classic companion. 7 is great. Okay, for the same reason that I like 2, 7 is that, but cranked up. It's not that he's goofy on the outside, but secretly calculating. It's that you never know what he's thinking. He's always the mastermind. He's always got something going on that you don't know, and when he reveals it, your just jaw hits the floor. I love 7. I love 7. He's going in A. Another one people probably don't expect, 8th Doctor, Paul McGann. He's going to go higher than you probably think, but not for the reasons you think. So, I'm aware that Paul McGann has 10 trillion stories on Big Finish, and a bunch of them are amazing, and people love them. I have not listened to any Big Finish. But even so, I think he is an A-rank Doctor. Even with the pretty crappy movie, and that's it. No, even between the movie and the short stint where he was in Night of the Doctor, before the 50th anniversary special, I think he is probably the second best actor to take the role. And you may, if you know me, know who I think the first best actor is to take the role. But Paul McGann is incredible. He just oozes charisma and gravitas. He rocks an ascot. He's so... I just love him. He's great. In the tiny stints that I've seen him, even in the movie, which a lot of people think is horrible. I did a review of the movie. I liked it a lot more than I thought I would because Paul McGann is so great. He is so great as the Doctor. I think he's on the level of, 4. He doesn't have the popularity. I think he's on that quality level. I'm putting him in A. Okay, a little bit of a sidetrack, kind of. I was originally going to go straight into the modern series and start with Eccleston, but I'm going to go in chronological order and do the War Doctor, John Hurt. Now, my opinion of the War Doctor, because there's very little content of him, obviously, I think he goes low because he doesn't have very much content. He has virtually no screen time. Again, I'm pretty sure he has an audio series too, but he did not shine in his limited time anywhere near as much as I felt 8 shined in his time. Now, John Hurt, incredible actor, no issues there. It's just the character himself was just sort of like grumpy old man, but he was still kind of funny and quippy. I would have preferred if either he was relatively positive like all of the other Doctors, or he was really angry and mean. And they didn't go either way. They sort of treaded that line, and I feel like they didn't fully commit to, if you are so concerned with your actions that you don't even consider yourself the Doctor, why are you so, like, nice and silly? Obviously he was kind of grumpy, but he was not the angry, war-torn veteran that I expected him to be. And that is that combined with the fact that he did not have a lot of screen time, I'm going to put him in D. 9th Doctor, Christopher Eccleston. He is ungodly levels of underrated. Now, I've heard that this is not true in the UK. Everybody loves him there. But in the US, nobody talks about the 9th Doctor. So many people skip Series 1. They just want to get right to David Tennant. And I get that if it's like, you know, fangirls because they think Tennant is hot or whatever. And that's fine if that's what you want to do. That's how you choose to engage with the series. That's cool. That's great. I have no problem with that. But Christopher Eccleston is phenomenal. He is a great Doctor. And he has what I think is most important in a character, a really good character arc. For the one series he has, he definitively changes. You get to watch him change. It's believable, and it's interesting, and it's heartfelt, and you feel it. It's great. I love Christopher Eccleston. One of the things also that I haven't mentioned yet is he has a physicality that's unique to his Doctor. He kicks down doors. You know, when he walks, he's not just strutting. He's like he storms places. He doesn't march, he like storms. He walks around, he's got that like leather jacket. He's tough, but he's not like a meathead. You know what I mean? He's obviously intelligent like every other version of the Doctor, but like he handles business. Eccleston is great. I'm going to put him at the top of B. All right. The big one. The 10th Doctor. David Tennant. Super wacky that he's back now. That's really funny. But beyond that, he is what made the revival series explode in popularity, and for good reason. He's really good at this sort of... He's very funny and very likable, but he also does melodrama really, really well. And the main problem that a lot of people have with him, which is how he acts in his final story when he's regenerating, I actually have defended pretty fiercely in the past. I think it's actually a really good piece of character writing. It fits with how short of a time he's had to be the Doctor, and also that this is sort of a very, very human version of the character, that he hasn't really been this human before, and I really do like that. As far as ranking goes, I'm probably going to have to put him end of A. End of A, yeah. Very good Doctor, like him a lot. I guess he's just not particularly stand out to me for whatever reason. He's sort of like bread and butter Doctor Who to me. He was what I watched when I was like getting into it for the longest period of time. Because by the time I got to Matt Smith, I just started like binging. He's very good. He's consistently good. That's what I think of him. Speaking of Matt Smith, the 11th Doctor. All right. This one hurts a little bit. So here's the thing. I think in the same way that David Tennant is like consistently good, and this might be more of an aspect of the writing quality of Davies versus Moffat, but Tennant is consistently good to me. Matt Smith has really high highs and kind of disappointing lows. And I think... So first of all, some of the highest highs, when that man gives a speech... Hell, he gives a speech. You know, the Pandorica, when he's at the Rings of Akaten, he's captivating. He controls a room, and you feel it. you feel it. Akiten, I've cried like listening to that. I have that whole speech memorized. It's phenomenal. He delivers it perfectly. The problem I have with Matt Smith's Doctor, and obviously this is an issue of Moffat's writing, but it is expressed through 11, is that he doesn't often solve problems. A lot of the times, problems are solved by him kind of explaining to a tertiary or like a second character how if they feel or they believe in their heart hard enough, that'll save the day. And I know that's sort of leaning into the whole Series 5 fairy tale thing, but for whatever reason, that kind of irks me. If David Tennant's fixing a problem, he's climbing up a tower with his Sonic in his mouth, and he's like pouring oil in a tube or whatever. Like, he's doing science stuff. Matt Smith was very sort of anti-granular. Nebulous. Nebulous is the word I'm looking for. He solved all his problems through very, like, hands-off sort of solutions. And whatever reason, that irks me. So, I'm gonna put... Would I put him all the way in C for that? Ooh. He gives hell of a speech, though. I'm stuck with either top of C or bottom of B. Because I think he's definitely better than 5. Is he as good as 1? Ugh, I'm going to put him at the top of C. Yeah. And we've made it. Everyone who watches my channel, anyone who knows me, knows exactly where Peter Capaldi goes. If you're curious why I'm putting him here, guess what? I made a video about it like 2 years ago. He's the GOAT, he's the best, he's the greatest, for 1,000,001 reasons. I think he's by far the best actor to take the role. I think his character arc is fascinating and introspective and beautiful. I think, when he delivers a speech, it is somehow, like, even better than 4 or 11. It's just, it rips my heartstrings out of my chest. 12 is the best. And I guess one thing that I never mentioned before that I really like is he's super introspective, and he's very much in his own head and concerned with his own personal development, which I think I can relate to a lot. Like, that's something I personally think and worry and agonize about a lot, and seeing a character that I love express himself in that same way is probably a big part of why I love him so much. But yeah, Peter Capaldi, 12th Doctor, going an S. Alright, we've made it. You've seen this tier I've had at the bottom of the list this whole time. It is 3 grimacing emojis. This is for Jodie Whittaker. This is for the 13th Doctor. I know there are a lot of people that hate Jodie Whittaker. I don't have anything against her, personally. But the combination of her and Chibnall was terrible. And I'm actually going to talk about that in the very next one really quick, but she's so wooden. Everything she says is surface value. And if you'll recall, the things I like most about the Doctor is when he's multifaceted. She is, what you see is exactly what you get. And it's just pure sunshine and positivity, which is not bad to have a very positive, very bubbly Doctor. I kind of really like that idea, and maybe you'll know why in a minute. But there needs to be something under the surface. This character is, depending on how you count, 2,000 several billion years old. You've seen a lot of stuff. She's seen a lot of people die. She's lost a lot. And we never, ever get to see that. Like, I think Chris Chibnall allows her to act, like actually act, 3 times across her whole run. And it's very brief, and he usually doesn't write her any dialogue. Like, it is... Ugh. Compare that with the fact that... So in the same way that I was kind of irked by Matt Smith in that the 11th Doctor solves problems sort of by explaining them away, 13 has to explain every single detail of the plot while, like, looking at the camera in every episode. Every single one. She's explaining it like a preschool teacher giving a lecture on circles and squares. It is oh, it's so grating. I can't get, I can't, like, I have to pause her episodes when I watch them. And I don't think it's Jodie's fault. I don't know that she's on the level of some of the other amazing actors that have played the Doctor, but I think you could get a really good performance out of her. I think they did a video game, actually. I could be wrong. I remember there being like a computer or like a video game where the whole plot was you had to get this child home, and this child was from an alien species of like living stars or something like that. And 13 was the Doctor you were like helping. And I remember like watching someone play through that and actually liking her character because she wasn't written like a wooden plank. But yeah, that is ramble, blah, blah, blah. If you love Jodie, I'm sorry. 13's the worst. 13 sucks, unfortunately. And then finally, I wanted to include this one, the Fugitive Doctor, played by Joe Martin. And here's the thing. She showed up 4 times. And 3 of those times, I'm pretty sure it wasn't even her. It was like a hologram or a memory or something. And she had more gravitas than Jodie's entire run. I don't know if it was Joe Martin, or I don't know if Chris Chibnall just like magically developed a little bit of writing talent when he was writing specifically for her. And obviously every time she showed up wasn't like amazing or anything, but like when she first showed up, it was like, oh my god, that's the Doctor. Where has the Doctor been? Oh, yeah, and one other thing, I haven't even been talking about clothing. Joe Martin's Doctor has drip. Her outfit is dope. The, like, orange undershirt and, like, the blue, that's really cool. She looks cool, especially when you pair her next to Jodie, who has, like, a raincoat and a t-shirt. It's just, it's miles of a difference. Yeah, I think the main thing that's holding back Joe Martin's Fugitive Doctor is screen time. We've gotten very little of her. I liken her actually to the War Doctor. I think I would like her a lot more if we had more screen time. So I'm going to put her right next to the War Doctor in D, just because we barely got anything, and what we did get, I liked a little bit. And there we go. That is my Doctor Who ranking the Doctors tier list. Oh my god, I forgot. Oh no, I'm sorry. There is one more tier, actually. Yeah, right up here, it's the totally dope and lit tier. Yeah, and obviously there's only one Doctor left that could go in it. That is the 13th Doctor from New 13, which is a little fan project. You may or may not have heard of it. But he's obviously the best for a million obvious reasons. I feel like it's very, I don't have to explain that, right? Like, everybody agrees on that one, right? Okay, good. For those of you unfamiliar, the tiered iceberg is a very popular image format where concepts relating to a certain topic are collected together and ranked from the most popular surface level all the way down to the most obscure, esoteric, and confusing. Today, I'll be taking a look at the Doctor Who Iceberg and briefly explaining each topic listed. As I'm sure you've gathered, the beginning is filled with simple information that's easy to understand, so please be patient as we work our way down to the truly bizarre in the depths below. If any of these topics seem interesting to you, don't hesitate to drop a comment on it down below, and maybe I'll make a more focused and in-depth video on it sometime down the line. Also, if you're a Doctor Who fan and you'd like to see more of my content in general, please subscribe and leave a like on this video. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm. Alright, enough of the intro. Let's dive in. Tier 1. These topics are all general knowledge about Doctor Who. Even if they've never watched a single episode of the series, most people will be aware of these things through simple cultural consciousness. The BBC. The British Broadcasting Corporation, abbreviated as BBC, is the public service broadcasting company founded in 1922, headquartered in London. It owns the production and distribution rights to Doctor Who, which premiered on November 23, 1963. David Tennant. The 10th Doctor, David Tennant, is arguably the most popular incarnation of the character. The second actor to take on the role after the show's revival in 2005, he is often credited for the series' massive rise in popularity. He was so popular that the BBC considered cancelling the program when he announced his departure in 2010, out of fear that no one would watch without him. TARDIS. Time and relative dimensions in space. This is a time and space ship used by Time Lords to travel the universe. The Doctor's TARDIS, a Type 40, has a broken chameleon circuit. This means that its cloaking feature is always malfunctioning, stuck as a 1960s police box, the form it took when the first Doctor arrived on Earth. The most notable feature of the TARDIS is that, due to trans-dimensional engineering, the inside of the ship is bigger than the outside. Time Lord. The Doctor is a Time Lord, a race of humanoid aliens that differ in many ways. The most important differences are that Time Lords do not age, or at the very least, they age very slowly. This means that many Time Lords live to be thousands, if not millions of years old. Secondly, Time Lords are far more intelligent than humans, with mental processing power and deductive abilities far beyond most high-speed computers. Bow ties are cool. This was a phrase commonly spoken by the 11th Doctor. It was in reference to the bow ties he always wore, usually said in response to questioning or mockery. Interestingly enough, 11's tenure as the Doctor actually positively influenced the sale of bow ties around the world, more than doubling their market capitalization over several years. Sonic Screwdriver. This is a high-tech, multi-purpose tool that the Doctor typically carries at all times. Its features are constantly fluctuating. While originally its purpose was simply to turn screws, it now can hack computers, open locks, rewire circuitry, and that's just scratching the surface. Today, it primarily exists for merchandising and plot convenience. Daleks. The Daleks are the Doctor's greatest enemy, and most popular as well. A race of genocidal aliens that each pilot their own individual war machine, a set of armor with a laser weapon and manipulator tool. Daleks are an iconic staple of the series, most famous for the phrase they often repeat, exterminate. Tom Baker. Tom Baker is the one actor who can compete with David Tennant for the role of most popular Doctor. He served as the fourth actor to take on the role for the longest tenure of any incarnation, 7 series from 1974 to 1981. His image and persona are considered by many to be the prototype, the most concentrated and pure example of what it means to be the Doctor. Tier 2. These topics are simple concepts that a viewer will pick up after watching a season or 2 of the show, typically the revival series. Most casual fans fall into this category. K9. A futuristic robot dog, this was a companion of the 4th Doctor in the 1970s, and another staple of Doctor Who iconography. K9 was most useful for his encyclopedic knowledge and the laser-mounted weapon in his nose. Starring in several spin-offs, the character did make a brief appearance in the revival series, along with Sarah Jane Smith. Gallifrey. The home planet to all Time Lords, and the believed birthplace of the Doctor. This massive orange planet is marked by the Citadel, a utopia-like city contained in a glass bubble. Only Time Lords are permitted inside the Citadel, as Time Lord is actually a rank to be achieved. Those who live outside are simply known as Gallifreyans. 2 hearts. As a Time Lord, the Doctor's physiology differs greatly from humans. The most notable difference is that he has 2 hearts, a binary cardiac system. Other interesting differences include a respiratory bypass system that allows them to survive strangulation, 3 brain stems, and an internal body temperature of 15 degrees Celsius, or 59 degrees Fahrenheit. The Doctor, not Doctor Who. The titular character of the series is not named Doctor Who. The title he goes by in-universe is simply The Doctor. This concept is in reference to the way fans of the show will correct non-fans who assume the character's name is Doctor Who. Wholock. Wholock is an abbreviation of Doctor Who and Sherlock, 2 popular British TV dramas both helmed by Stephen Moffat in the early 2010s. The term originated on Tumblr, where fans of both series would envision stories where the heroes of both shows could meet and interact. This concept was also used as a blanket term, a signifier in blog bios that let visitors know you were a member of both fandoms. This was often abbreviated further to Super Wholock, which included the CW series Supernatural. Regeneration. Regeneration is a physical process that Time Lords undergo upon receiving a fatal injury. welling up with regeneration energy. They are perfectly healed, but every cell in their body is altered to match new DNA. While regeneration changes physical appearance, it also has a tendency to alter the personality of whoever undergoes it. The process appears to be a physical skill that can be controlled, as characters like Romana and the Master have shown varying degrees of chosen customization when changing their bodies. Tier 3. At this stage, we have knowledge that is generally accepted among more engaged fans of the show. They likely own at least one piece of Doctor Who merchandise and usually have a few friends who also watch the show. Night of the Doctor. This short one-off special aired exclusively online as a prelude to the 50th anniversary special, The Day of the Doctor. This marked the first on-screen appearance of Paul McGann, reprising his role as the 8th Doctor since the 1996 television movie. This was also his final adventure, leading to his regeneration and subsequent entry into the last great Time War. Classic Who. This is the first 26 seasons of Doctor Who, airing from 1963 until its cancellation in 1989. It spans the television adventures of the first 7 Doctors, from William Hartnell to Sylvester McCoy. Depending on who you ask, the 1996 movie could be considered the final episode of Classic Who, although many consider it in a separate category from both Classic and Modern Who. Time Lord Victorious. The Time Lord Victorious is a story concept conceived by Russell T Davies to be explored during the final stint of the 10th Doctor's run. Due to the nature of the span of episodes, shown only as 4 specials instead of a proper season, the Time Lord Victorious concept was contained primarily in the episode The Waters of Mars. In this episode, the Doctor, overcome by grief and frustration, breaks the laws of time, choosing to change a fixed point and save the life of a woman who was meant to die. He deems himself the winner, the sole survivor of the Time War, the Time Lord Victorious. His hubris is quickly checked, however, when the woman he saved takes her own life in order to preserve the timeline. This concept and dark mental state was later explored in the multimedia Time Lord Victorious series, where the 10th Doctor descends down a path of villainy, determined to alter the fabric of the universe itself. War Doctor. The War Doctor refers to the incarnation of the Doctor between the 8th and 9th, who spent his entire life battling in the Time War. Because he rejected his title of healer and wise man in order to wage war, he also did not use the moniker of Doctor during this time. Portrayed by John Hurt, he was revealed in the Series 7 finale Name of the Doctor, and featured prominently in The Day of the Doctor, where he was shown once again accepting the title before regenerating into Christopher Eccleston's incarnation. Influenced regeneration. This concept refers to the idea that regeneration is a process that can be influenced by both the conscious and subconscious mind of the Time Lord undergoing it. We've seen Romana and the Master both consciously alter their appearance, but there have been clues that the Doctor, who is less skilled in regeneration, subconsciously influenced his own. The most obvious clue is when the 12th Doctor recalls seeing his own face on Caecilius during the 10th Carnation, as a way to remind himself to always save as many people as possible. Other, more subtle hints include 10's young, handsome appearance and more human emotionality as a result of falling in love with Rose Tyler, and 11's young face and whimsical nature as a response to being in his final incarnation. Even 12's Scottish accent could be attributed to missing Amelia Pond, who 11 envisioned in his final moments. The Hybrid. The Hybrid is a concept introduced in Series 9, an ancient Time Lord prophecy born from the Matrix, a collection of minds uploaded from the experiences of every Time Lord. The prophecy stated that a hybrid creature, born of 2 warrior races, would stand over the ruins of Gallifrey and unravel the web of time, breaking a billion hearts to heal its own. After surviving the Time War, Lord President Rassilon feared that the hybrid would soon appear and lead to Gallifrey's fall. While it was often believed that the 2 warrior races were Time Lord and Dalek, this was never specified in the prophecy. While there have been many candidates for this role throughout the series, the Doctor and Clara Oswald are definitively the hybrid, as they are the only instance in which every element of the prophecy is met. I have more on that in this video here if you're interested. Torchwood. Torchwood is most well known for the Torchwood Institute, the British Secret Service established by Queen Victoria to protect the world from alien threats. This institute was the focus of the spin-off series of the same name, which featured Captain Jack Harkness in the lead role. The name Torchwood originated as an anagram of Doctor Who, which was used to label tapes of the revival series to prevent pirating and leaking online. Doctor Who, not the Doctor. This idea is in reference to the fact that, when the series was first airing, referring to the titular character as Doctor Who was deemed as acceptable and even commonplace. Even if the character was just called Doctor in universe, he was credited as Doctor Who, and was referred to as such by many people who spoke of the show. Because of this, those who tout, "It's the Doctor, not Doctor Who," are ironically showing their lack of knowledge and experience with the series. Tier 4. These are serious fans of the show. They not only have watched the majority of the available episodes, but they likely enjoy dabbling in fan theories and learning factoids about the production too. Everything after this tier delves into the realm where, if you talk about it in public, you'll probably get strange looks. Weeping angels are Time Lords. This is a fan theory born from speculation that the Weeping Angels have no given origin. They're explained to be very powerful, very ancient beings who are intrinsically bound to time itself. These facts, coupled with the fact that Rassilon felt the need to mention them during his speech in The End of Time, caused much speculation that Weeping Angels were either some form of proto-Time Lords, or perhaps ancient Time Lords evolved into them. Because this is only a fan theory, there is no solid consensus on how the two races are actually linked. The Watcher. The Watcher is a peculiar piece of Doctor Who lore, a mystery from the days before regeneration was as well defined as it is in the modern canon. This strange white being stood silently observing the Doctor and his companions, save for some telepathic communication the audience never gets to hear toward the end of his fourth incarnation, leading up to his regeneration into the fifth. At this point, the Watcher merges with Tom Baker, and Peter Davidson's fifth Doctor is born. The only explanation given was that the Watcher was the Doctor the whole time. Weird. In the expanded material of books and audio, Watchers are explained to be unregenerated future projections of a Time Lord's next incarnation, a sort of echo sent back in time, born from the moment of regeneration. Both the 5th and 10th Doctors have seen Watchers before their deaths in this expanded media. Unfortunately, this is the full extent of our understanding about them. Inspector Spacetime. Inspector Spacetime is a parody of Doctor Who, a 1962 British sci-fi drama from the fictional world of Community, a sitcom created by Dan Harmon. The series follows the Inspector and his loyal constable as they battle Blorgons and travel through time or space, but never both. While an obvious riff on many of the staples of Doctor Who, what is most interesting about Inspector Spacetime is that it actually has a rather expansive lore, comprised entirely by Community fans. The Inspector, which has had 13 incarnations, is an Infinity Knight from the planet Kaya Clash. Through the process of metamorphosis, the Inspector can change his face and personality, and can thereby be played by a new actor. He travels through time or space with his Booth, or bioorganic omnidirectional time helix. The show also has an infamously terrible 1981 Christmas special, a reference to the similar Star Wars holiday special from the same era. There are a million of these hilarious nods to Doctor Who and other popular sci-fi series. I highly recommend you read the wiki if you want a good laugh. You can check it out at madmanwithabooth.fandom.com. The show actually received a very short-lived web series, quote, untitled web series about a space traveler who can also travel through time, unquote, which saw 7 episodes in 2012. It's really just a very fun rabbit hole to jump down. My favorite bit of trivia, though? In the Community universe, every fan of the show hates the 5th Inspector, the only female one. Their reasoning? Not because she's a woman, but because she sucks. This aired in 2013. Prophetic. Half-human. This concept originated from the 1996 movie starring Paul McGann. In the film, the Doctor confesses to a stranger that he's actually half human on his mother's side, not fully Time Lord. This is punctuated by the fact that the Doctor is able to open the Eye of Harmony, something that requires human DNA. This idea is referenced once again during the 12th Doctor's run. Me suggests the Doctor's lineage is more complex than he lets on during the events of Hellbent, but the Doctor remains coy and chooses not to respond directly. Of course, this concept is meaningless in the wake of the Timeless Children reveal, but if you choose to ignore these recent changes to the canon, then there is an explanation for the, quote, damning evidence of the Doctor's human biology in the film. I explain several potential resolutions in my review of the movie, which, if you're curious, you can watch here. Rubber Toe Replicas. This is a company that produces officially licensed, high-quality replicas of various props from Doctor Who. Known primarily for their recreations of sonic screwdrivers, they also sell a model vortex manipulator and have sold props like the Moment, a miniature Pandorica, the Confession Dial, and the tome recounting the history of the Time War. Their site is basically nerd heaven, provided you have deep enough pockets. Headless monks killed Jack. This is another theory, but seems to be very heavily implied by the main series. After being made immortal by the Bad Wolf, Captain Jack Harkness lived a life of adventure, protecting the Earth with Torchwood and occasionally adventuring with the Doctor. At some point, billions of years in the future, Jack becomes the face of Bo, an enormous head that many believe to be the oldest being in existence. As the theory goes, something had to happen to Jack to transform him from a humanoid into a talking head. During the 11th Doctor's tenure, River Song purchases a vortex manipulator from Dorian Maldivar, who claims he acquired it off the wrist of a handsome time agent. While Jack definitely fits that description, what's more interesting is that Dorian regularly made dealings with the Headless Monks. They even end up beheading him. It would make sense that the monks were the ones to behead Jack. Their process keeps the heads of their victims alive, which would explain why Jack never regrew a body and became the face of Bo. Theta Sigma. Theta Sigma was the Doctor's nickname in the Time Lord Academy. It was what he was called by other Time Lords and was meant not to be spoken outside of the Academy. Despite this, it is not his real name. However, when many people stumble upon one of the sources of this information, Happiness Patrol or the Armageddon Factor, they mistakenly believe that this is the Doctor's true name. It is not. That said, it was part of the message that River Song left in the Pandorica Opens, as it was carved into the cliff face. #New13. This is a fan-made audio drama series designed to replace the work of Chris Chibnall by rewriting the entire era with a new 13th Doctor, new companion, and new stories. This series was created by YouTuber Beware, who put this on here? But seriously, if you hate the Chibnall era and wish something different existed in its place, or even if you just want more Who content, give this series a listen. You might really like it. You can listen to the first 7 episodes right here. The Doctor married the Doctor's daughter. This is in reference to David Tennant, who married Georgia Moffat. Georgia is actually the daughter of Peter Davidson, so the 10th Doctor married the 5th Doctor's daughter. Even stranger, Georgia played the character Jenny on Doctor Who during the 10th Doctor's run. She was the genetic amalgamation of the Doctor's offspring. She played the Doctor's daughter. So the Doctor married the Doctor's daughter in more ways than one. Very strange. Tier 5. People who know about the topics in this tier could rightly be classified as superfans. Nothing from here is simple or easy to wrap your head around. Every topic has at least 2 schools of thought regarding it. The Other. One of the 3 ancient Time Lords that founded Gallifreyan society. The Other is a mysterious individual who worked alongside Rassilon and Omega to build the Citadel and found what Gallifrey would become in the future. Very little is known about the Other, but it is implied that after having a falling out with the other 2 founders, he tossed himself into the birthing looms on Gallifrey, and it is heavily implied that he was reincarnated as the Doctor. The Morbius Faces. During the fourth Doctor serial, The Brain of Morbius, the Doctor faces off against Time Lord criminal Morbius, and they use a Time Lord technology to have a mental battle, where their previous regenerations are shown on screen as they fight. After the fourth, third, second, and first Doctor's faces appear, several more then appear afterwards. While some people interpret these to be the faces of Morbius's previous regenerations, many believe them to be Doctors before William Hartnell. This was in fact the intention of the writers of the episode, but later stories seem to clearly retcon this idea. Until you get to the Timeless Children, but we don't talk about that around here. The Valyard. During the sixth Doctor story, Trial of a Time Lord, the Doctor is put on trial on Gallifrey for crimes against the laws of time. It turns out that his prosecutor is a Time Lord known as the Valyard, which is later revealed to be the Doctor himself, far in the future. The Valyard's exact identity is vague, but he exists as some form of the Doctor's darker nature from some point between his 12th and final regeneration. The Valyard wanted the sixth Doctor to be executed so that he could take the remaining regenerations, as he was all out at this point. We haven't seen the Valyard return in any of the television media, although he has appeared in some audio dramas. Time will tell where exactly his creation falls in the Doctor's timeline. Lemonade and Dry Ice. During the lead-in to the 50th anniversary special, The Night of the Doctor, we see Paul McGann's 8th Doctor regenerate after drinking an elixir meant to influence his regeneration, to turn him into a warrior. However, in the novelization of the scene, it is revealed that the elixir was nothing more than lemonade and dry ice, and that the Doctor's desire to be a warrior is what would eventually transform him into John Hurt's War Doctor. The Woman. While the woman could refer to many characters throughout Doctor Who, this is particularly in reference to the woman seen during the End of Time, the 10th Doctor's final story. A mysterious character, her true identity is never actually revealed, although many speculate that she is perhaps the Doctor's mother. Some may think that she is the Doctor's daughter, perhaps she's Susan, or any other influential woman from his time on Gallifrey. 8 Recounted Age. This is in reference to the fact that the Doctor's age is and always has been incredibly confusing, at least since the classic series ended. At one point during the 8th Doctor audio dramas, the Doctor decides to reset his age to 0 and begin counting again, as he forgot exactly how old he was at that point. This seems to rectify the fact that the 9th Doctor claimed to be 903 years old, which is slightly younger than the 7th Doctor said he was at several points. The Doctor might be 2,000 years old, he might be 1 million, he might be 4 billion. No one really knows for sure, and this is one of the reasons why. Curse of the Fatal Death. The Curse of the Fatal Death is a hilarious comedy parody of Doctor Who, starring Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean, as the Doctor. Made for the Red Nose Day charity telethon in 1999, this parody episode follows the adventures of the Doctor and his companion battling against the Master and the Daleks. I would explain more, but if you haven't seen it yourself, I highly implore you to go do so. It is absolutely hysterical for any Doctor Who fan. Also, somehow, it predicted that the 13th Doctor would be a woman. I have no idea how this happened. Big Finish. Big Finish is the company that produces the vast majority of Doctor Who audio dramas that exist. At this point, there's probably more Doctor Who content created by Big Finish than actual television episodes of the show. This is such an enormous backlog of episodes and stories that if you're hurting for more Who content, this is the place to go. I'll also note that Big Finish has a tendency to write stories that fill in or fix plot holes from the mainline series, and also offer some great stories for Doctors that received rather poor writing during their own tenures. Just something to think about. Shulka. This refers to the Scream of the Shulka, a very short-lived Flash animated series designed to continue Doctor Who after the TV movie, with a new Doctor portrayed by Richard E. Grant. The series only had a few episodes before the 2005 revival was announced, and so this version of the 9th Doctor never truly got to live on. There was one short story, The Feast of the Stone, which was published in 2004, but that is the end of this particular continuity. Rory is the Master. This was a fan theory that originated in 2010 to 2011 while Series 5 and 6 were originally airing. While this might seem like a ridiculous theory, you have to consider that there was actually a substantial amount of evidence to support it. First of all, Rory was not at all impressed when he first entered the TARDIS. Combine this with the fact that his daughter, River Song, has Time Lord abilities, and the fact that Rory somehow keeps returning from death repeatedly. To a rabid 2010 fanbase, this seems to make a lot of sense. Of course, Rory Williams is not the Master, but it was a ton of fun when we thought he might be. Alternate Time Wars. The Time War, as we know it from the Revival series, is not the first instance of a great battle between the Time Lords and an enemy ravaging the entire universe across all of time. What exactly constitutes a time war is up for interpretation, but the concept itself has appeared in various different pieces of Doctor Who media, most notably the War Under Heaven, but we'll touch on that later. The very first instance of this concept was Alan Moore's 4D War in the comics of Doctor Who magazine, all the way back in 1981. The existence of these alternate time wars gave credence to why the big one most viewers know from the Revival series is called the Last Great Time War. Strange mouth noises. During the two-part episode from Series 3, Human Nature and Family of Blood, the 10th Doctor records a set of instructions for Martha to follow while he is disguised as a human. In the episode, she fast-forwards through a large chunk of this instructions, but the full speech is actually available for anyone to view on YouTube. In it, he needs to talk non-stop for that portion of time, and so David Tennant just riffs about a band that he likes, some additional nonsense, and then he ends it by making what he describes as strange mouth noises that go like this. Bingle bongle dingle dangle, yickety doo, yickety da, ping pong, lippy tappy too ta. Look it up if you don't believe me. Cartmel Master Plan. The Cartmel Master Plan was a narrative decision made by Andrew Cartmel, the script editor at the very end of the classic series run. He believed that the primary problem with the series was that the Doctor was no longer mysterious. His planet, his people, they've all been explored. So in order to add some mystery back into the character, Cartmel slowly started to allude to the fact that the Doctor was more than just a regular Time Lord. This idea was meant to lead to the reveal that the Doctor was in fact the Other, as explained earlier in this tier, and that he was essentially the reincarnation of a Time Lord god. This idea was never canonized in the TV show. At this point, I'd like to take a quick break and ask that you please consider supporting me on Patreon. The BBC is notorious for copyright striking videos that easily fall into the realm of fair use, and because of that, all of my most popular Doctor Who videos don't see a shred of revenue. So if you're able, and you enjoy my content, please consider making a monetary donation on Patreon. For just $1 a month, you can access my Discord server, where you can talk to me, as well as my production team, and the voice actors behind New 13. At my highest tier, you can even request for me to make a specific video of your choice. That said, liking, subscribing, and sharing the video are all ways that you can help me grow as well, but even just by watching this, you're helping me out, so thank you. Tier 6. This is where things start to get really obscure. With most of these topics, even fans of the show are likely to scratch their heads if you bring these up. Proceed with caution. The Final Game. This was the planned final episode of Season 11 of the classic series, meant to cap off the antagonistic relationship between the Doctor and the Master. Unfortunately, the episode was cancelled after Roger Delgado's untimely death. The story was to have a shocking revelation about the two Time Lords, that they were related in a way closer than most thought, perhaps that the Master was actually a proto-version of the Valyard, an amalgamation of the Doctor's darker side. This episode has since been recreated, exactly in the same production feel of the episodes of the era, by Studio Severn here on YouTube. If you like the Third Doctor and the stories from this era of the show, I highly recommend you watch their 7-part story, The Final Game. Peter Davidson Meet. This is a pretty funny one. Peter Davidson, who played the 5th Doctor, also starred as Meet, the living meal for guests at the end of the universe, an event from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy 1981 TV series. There's not much more to this, it's just a fun little fact that most people don't know. Season 6B. At the end of Season 6, the classic series, the 2nd Doctor is exiled to Earth by the Time Lords and forced to regenerate. However, this is only the 2nd regeneration to take place in the show so far, and it's not even called regeneration yet. On top of that, there was a 6-month gap between this episode, The War Games, and the 3rd Doctor's first episode, Spearhead in Space. So during that 6-month gap, various publications continued to produce Doctor Who content featuring the 2nd Doctor, but during his exile on Earth. This led fans to believe that perhaps the 2nd Doctor didn't fully regenerate until Spearhead in Space, and that there was, in fact, a period of time where Patrick Troughton's Doctor was exiled on Earth, dubbed Season 6B. The canonicity of this season is, like most spin-off material, completely up in the air. Dimensions in Time. Dimensions in Time was a 2-part charity special crossover between Doctor Who and the soap opera EastEnders. It actually features the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th Doctors, and it also happens to be generally considered one of the worst pieces of Doctor Who media ever created. You can really only watch it as a parody to get any enjoyment out of it, but for those of you who are curious, it is available to watch on YouTube anytime you want. Zagreus sits inside your head. Zagreus sits inside your head. Zagreus lives among the dead.
Zagreus sees you in your bed and eats you when you're sleeping.
Michael Jackson movie. So this one was actually... Nah, I'm just kidding. Zagreus is an anti-time creature from the 8th Doctor serial Zagreus. This was both Big Finish's 50th story, and it was released to coincide with Doctor Who's 40th anniversary. Because of this, it featured not only Paul McGann, but also Peter Davidson, Colin Baker, and Sylvester McCoy, with a surprise appearance from the 3rd Doctor, John Pertwee, done by using previously existing recordings of his voice. The actual story is incredibly complex and fascinating, but to simplify things as much as possible, the monstrous Zagreus is unleashed inside the TARDIS, and it takes over the mind of the Doctor. To explain anything more than that would really be spoiling the story, so I suggest you give this one a listen. But maybe not as your very first audio story. Michael Jackson movie. So this is a weird one. As you all know, after the classic series concluded in the late 80s, the BBC was shopping around for a way to revive the series, and eventually settled on what would become the 1996 television movie starring Paul McGann. But long before that, in 1989, Paramount Pictures actually pitched a version of the film to the BBC with Michael Jackson as the titular Time Lord. I'm not joking. And the kicker? Their second pick was Bill Cosby. That would not have aged well. The Corsair. Created by Neil Gaiman, the Corsair is another renegade Time Lord and friend to the Doctor. Their stories are scattered amongst various comics. The Corsair was one of the first instances of a Time Lord changing gender in regeneration, and was known to have an Ouroboros tattoo somewhere on their body in every incarnation. The Corsair met his demise in the Bubble universe in The Doctor's Wife, also penned by Neil Gaiman. Put simply, this is Neil Gaiman's OC, the Guardians. Also known as the Sixfold God, Enlighteners, or the Accord. The Guardians of Time are elemental beings, each representing a fundamental aspect of reality itself. To be quite frank, they're basically like living Infinity Stones, and that's most likely what they were based off of. These are incredible cosmic beings capable of tearing apart galaxies and altering time on a grand scale. As with lots of the cooler stuff from Doctor Who's history, there's a ton of confusing continuity following the Guardians. There are only supposed to be 6 of them, but sometimes there's just 2, sometimes there's 9. In one story, they were created by Rassilon. In another, they existed before the universe itself. They're very hard to track, but they have some really fun stories that are written about them. The Doctor is the Master's brother. As discussed previously, the final game was cancelled due to Roger Delgado's death, and as I said, there was meant to be a big reveal in that story about the relationship between the Doctor and the Master. While we're not sure exactly what that reveal was, the most commonly accepted story is that the Doctor is the Master's brother. This was reinforced at one point where the Doctor defeats the Master, and as he is supposedly burning to death, he yells, "Doctor, how could you do this to your own?" implying brotherhood. Of course, this would be debunked later in Series 3 when the Doctor outright tells Martha that the Master is not his brother. But, of course, if this is anything like the Morbius faces, maybe next year Chris Chibnall will give us all a surprise. And guess what? They actually are brothers. Oh god. Lungburrow. This novel was published in 1997 and is the culmination of the Cartnell Master Plan. In the story, it is revealed that the Doctor is in fact the pseudo-reincarnation of the ancient Time Lord known as the Other. Because this was published in the Wilderness years, between the movie and the revival series in 2005, its canonicity was up in the air, and still is to this day, although most people will agree that it is non-canon, and that the Doctor is not the Other. Tier 7. Any sane person should turn back now. Understanding these ideas places you at the fringe of society, a walking repository of deep Whovian lore. Renewal, not regeneration. When William Hartnell's first Doctor changed into Patrick Troughton's second Doctor, the concept of regeneration was only in its infancy stages. In fact, at this point, the writers of the show considered this to be something closer to renewal, as though his body had somehow reversed his age, not changed its genetic makeup. Even the transition from the second to the third Doctor was not called regeneration on screen, not by the Doctor and not by the Time Lords, it was just called changing his face. This led some to believe that the very first regeneration was actually not regeneration, and therefore did not count towards the 13 total lives available to the Doctor. As we know from our discussion of Season 6B earlier, the show's lack of clarity on these subjects led to quite a bit of speculation and theorizing by the fanbase. This is just one such example. Doctor Who and the Daleks. This is a really fun one. Doctor Who and the Daleks is a 1965 science fiction movie starring Peter Cushing as Doctor Who. That's right, not the Doctor, Doctor Who. This film was meant to capitalize on the popularity of the TV show and exists entirely inside its own continuity. Doctor Who is a kindly old scientist, a human from Earth, who built a time and space machine in his backyard. Due to an unfortunate mishap, Doctor Who, Ian, Barbara, and Susan, who are all very different from the television counterparts, are whisked away to an alien planet where they must face off against the evil Daleks. This movie actually received a sequel, Daleks Invasion of Earth 2150. If it wasn't clear from the names, the Daleks themselves were really what brought people in to watch these movies. They're a lot of fun. You can find relatively high-quality rips of them on YouTube if you look just a little bit. But definitely know that they are nothing like the show that you may be used to. Time Lords are future humans. Yet another popular fan theory. This one posits that the Time Lords of Gallifrey are actually just the human race, who after billions of years of evolution invented time travel, traveled back to the early universe, and founded a new world that would one day become Gallifrey. This theory was used to smooth over a lot of the strange inconsistencies of the canon or just simple questions that fans had, including but not limited to, why did Time Lords look just like humans? Why is the Doctor so fond of Earth? Why did the Doctor say he's half human on his mother's side? This theory has been around for a very long time, and it's so popular that some people still think that it will eventually weasel its way into becoming canon at some point. But I doubt it. Marvel Comics. along with several other popular properties from the 1980s and 90s, including Transformers and G.I. Joe. Doctor Who actually exists, canonically, inside the Marvel Comics multiverse, specifically in the universe of Earth 5556. These stories, like many in Marvel Comics, covered the exact sci-fi cosmic adventures that you would expect from the Doctor. We even have an appearance from every Doctor 1 through 8, and a brief flash forward to an unnamed future Doctor. If you're into comics, especially from this era, definitely check these out. They're a lot of fun. The Dream Lord is the Valeyard. As discussed previously, the Valeyard comes alive at some point between the Doctor's 12th and final incarnation. What most people assume this meant when he was first introduced was that he would appear during the Doctor's last lifetime. But now that we know that the Doctor has more than 13 lives, the Valeyard could appear anywhere between the 10th Doctor and whatever the Doctor's final incarnation will be, perhaps the Curator? So if 10 is the earliest the Valeyard could appear, perhaps the Dream Lord is the Valeyard, or a pseudo-version of the Valeyard still forming, as the Dream Lord was made from the darker aspects of the Doctor's nature. If this is true, it's quite possible that this is a nice out for the writers. They've shown us the Valeyard's creation, and now they never have to think up anything clever to solve this ridiculously hard-to-answer question. Nelvana cartoon. In 1990, following the cancellation of the classic series, the Canadian animation studio Nelvana was pitched a potential Doctor Who animated series. The production never made it past the concept stages, but that does mean we got to see some of the concept art that could have been used in the show. It seems to have been set in a primarily futuristic world in its own separate canon, in the same style as Doctor Who and the Daleks. We see the Doctor, the TARDIS, K9, and a companion or two. The Doctor appears to be a rough amalgamation of the third and fourth, at least in one of his designs. What I find most fascinating are the Dalek designs for this cartoon. They appear to be much larger and more battle-ready. Some levitate and others have treads like tanks. Fun stuff. The Master is the War Chief. The War Chief was a renegade Time Lord that appeared in the second Doctor story, The War Games. After his defeat at the hands of the Doctor, he was sent back in time, where he commanded a group of Nazi soldiers to do his bidding. Not much else is known about his character following this, but one particularly interesting theory is that this was actually the Master in an incarnation before Roger Delgado. The characters are strikingly similar, not only in motives and method, but also in appearance. Original 6 outfit. Colin Baker's era of the show is plagued by several big issues, including the writing, budget, but most egregiously, this horrendous Technicolor Dreamcoat. This terrible fashion choice was chosen to highlight the Doctor's volatile mental state, but I think we can all agree there are probably better ways to go about doing that. Anyway, Colin Baker himself was not pitched this outfit when he was explained the concept behind his Doctor's personality. In fact, he recently described in an interview that his initial casting discussions included a description of his attire very closely matching what Christopher Eccleston would eventually wear as the 9th Doctor. It's hard to imagine a world where the 6th Doctor actually had drip, but it could have happened. The Decca. The Decca were a group of 10 young Gallifreyans in Time Lord Academy who made it their business to rebel and generally act like rabid children. Jokes aside, they genuinely believed that they could alter Time Lord society and make the universe a better place. Of course, the Doctor was among the members. Interestingly enough, one of the other members was referred to as Magnus, who is understood to have later become the War Chief, who is implied to be, that's right, the Master. Stories of the Decca are very sparse, usually only existing in dream sequences or flashbacks in novels. Tier 8. This is your final chance to leave. Everything beyond this level is so strange and esoteric that knowing about it will alter who you are at the most fundamental level. You have been warned. The Ghost of Matt Smith. In the first Doctor's final episode, The 10th Planet, we see a very strange and unexplained event. While the Doctor is off regenerating, the controls of the TARDIS seem to magically move themselves. While this could be explained as a feature of the TARDIS being a living machine, there's actually a very interesting, different explanation. In the 50th anniversary special, An Adventure in Space and Time, we see the story of Verity Lambert putting together Doctor Who in 1963. One of the final scenes of the film shows William Hartnell depressed that he has to leave the show, receiving a vision of Matt Smith, reassuring him that he has created a legacy that will last long into the future. This scene is so wonderful, and it may or may not have made me cry multiple times, but the important part is this. Matt Smith actually plays with the dials of the TARDIS while he's here. And in the context of the scene, William Hartnell is the only one who can see him. So he's invisible to everyone else. So this 50-year-old mystery, the source of these moving dials during the first Doctor's regeneration, was actually the ghost of Matt Smith. Faction paradox. This one's a doozy. In the late 1990s, writer Lawrence Miles penned several Doctor Who novels exploring the idea of a grand calamity sometime far off in the Doctor's future, involving a Time Lord syndicate known as the House of Paradox. After his 1999 story, Interference, received negative reception from Doctor Who fans, Lawrence decided that he no longer had the right to continue producing content in the Doctor Who canon, and instead decided to write stories surrounding his creation, the House of Paradox, in a canon some might consider to be tangential to Doctor Who. Because the stories were legally not Doctor Who, they could not include terms like Time Lord, Gallifrey, or TARDIS. To work around this, the characters in the stories had different, often grander names for each of these concepts and locations. TARDISes were often called Great Houses, and instead of referring to various species as aliens, they were discussed as though they were gods. And obviously, the title of the organization itself was also changed from House Paradox to the Faction Paradox. The Faction Paradox series exists in books, comics, and audio dramas, and has even had an installment as late as 2019. Officially, the Faction Paradox books are not canonical to Doctor Who, but some of the concepts that were introduced in the series are even adapted into Doctor Who stories, particularly Big Finish. So that's why I like to describe it as tangentially canon. TARDIS Builders. TARDISbuilders.com is a delightful little community that very few members of the fanbase know about. It is essentially a DIY forum for anyone interested in constructing their own TARDIS, interior, exterior, or any other potential piece of the time or spaceship you can imagine. There's a page for sightings where people can post pictures of TARDISes or just police boxes that they've seen out in the world, references for various designs in size, color, and shape. There are also galleries where people often post their progress in building their own TARDISes, tutorials, 3D printing catalogs, and a bunch more. If you're the creative type who likes to work with your hands and you want a TARDIS of your own, this would be a great place to check out. The Master is the Timeless Child. This one is a theory, but pretty self-explanatory. We've only known about the Timeless Child for one episode in Universe so far, and of course many people, including myself, are not fans of the decision to make the Doctor the Timeless Child. Many people have come to the conclusion that it would have been better, narratively, for the Master to be the Timeless Child. It would give greater reasoning for why he has always hated the Time Lords, why they treated him so poorly his entire life, and why he ended up burning Gallifrey to the ground. Not to mention, it's very in character for the Master to lie to the Doctor about something like this. And so, some fans are still holding out hope that this particular theory is true. Jago and Lightfoot. Jago and Lightfoot is a Big Finish audio drama series following the adventures of Henry Gordon Jago and George Lightfoot, both introduced in the Talons of Weng-Chiang. As of 2018, there are 45 separate stories chronicling these two detectives solving mysteries revolving around alien threats in the 19th century. This is a pretty obscure one, but if you are starved for new Doctor Who content and you somehow made it through all of the regular Big Finish stories, here you go. Third Doctor Levitation. This one is pretty silly, but has outlandish implications on the canon if you take it seriously. In a very short comic strip, in TV Comic Annual 1971, long before Marvel Comics started publishing Doctor Who, this strip showed the Third Doctor help the Brigadier stop an enemy spy by levitating. As it turns out, he learned to levitate by reading about it in a book. So technically, the Third Doctor and every Doctor following has the ability to levitate, but just chooses not to. I don't know, man. Leakley Bible. As you know, the classic series of Doctor Who was cancelled in the late 1980s. While we all know it was revived in 2005 after the 1996 movie, the 96 movie was actually the last of several different attempts to revive the series. The Leakley Bible refers to an outline of a potential series story for a 90s reboot of Doctor Who, penned by John Leakley. This was meant to be a reboot, and so it would adapt portions of the previous continuity instead of directly continuing them. If you're familiar with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, consider this like the transition from Part 6 to Part 7. Anyway, in Leakley's vision for Doctor Who, the Doctor is still a Time Lord, and one day discovers that he is the long-lost son of the infamous explorer known as Ulysses. It is then revealed that his enemy, the Master, has become Lord President of Gallifrey, and so the Doctor must begin a search throughout the universe to find his father, so that the two of them can overthrow the evil Master. The very idea of giving the series an overarching plot is so antithetical to what we understand Doctor Who to be, but that was sort of the point. Leakley was hired to recreate the series in a way that wouldn't get cancelled again. Alas, Leakley was fired after the stories he wrote were deemed too serious to fit in with the vision the higher-ups had for Doctor Who going forward. While I don't like the idea of the original continuity ending after the 7th Doctor, I would like to see what our world today would look like if they had decided to go forward with Leakley's version of the show. I think that universe would be really cool to explore. Delta cubed, Sigma X squared. Remember how Theta Sigma was the Doctor's nickname when he was in Time Lord Academy? Well, this jumbled mess of an equation is technically the Doctor's full real name. First, the similarities. Both terms include Sigma, implying that they are referring to the same person. But you probably want to know the origins, right? Well, in the 1972 book, The Making of Doctor Who, by Terrence Dicks and Malcolm Hulke, this equation is used interchangeably with the name Doctor. And beyond that, in the Marvel Comics, there is a page that has this little equation, and scribbled next to it are the words, real name. Finally, it shows up in the TV show itself, in the 1983 story, The Five Doctors, right on the stone pillar. So, is it the Doctor's real name? I mean, technically, yes. But at the same time, the way you interpreted it is what really matters. His name might literally just be a mathematical equation, or this is simply an equation denoting the circular Gallifreyan that spells out what his real name is. Or maybe his name as a Time Lord is particularly complex, and this equation is the only way a human brain can comprehend it. I honestly have no idea, but at least it's better than Basil. Dewan predates Missy. This is another fan theory designed to fix the terrible writing of the Chibnall era. Notice how there are quite a few of these. Anyway, this theory posits that Sacha Dhawan's master does not follow Missy, but instead exists at some point between John Sim and Michelle Gomez. This would explain the sudden turnaround after Missy's character arc in Series 10. Of course, if you're familiar with the Big Finish Missy series and her change into the Lumiat, then this theory doesn't matter all that much. It all depends on what you consider canon and what you don't. Iris Wildtime. Oh boy. Alright, stick with me here. What if Miss Frizzle from the Magic School Bus was canon to the Doctor Who universe? then you would get Iris Wildthyme. Her first appearance in Doctor Who media, yeah, just in Doctor Who media, she's been in other stuff, was in the 1998 novel Short Trips, where it is revealed that she is a Time Lord who travels in a TARDIS that looks like a double-decker bus, to which she refers as the Celestial Omnibus. Iris continues to pop up in various other stories, and eventually receives her own spin-off series, where it is revealed that she is far more confusing than the Doctor could ever hope to be. Her time stream is completely out of whack for one or many reasons, meaning she actually has several different pasts that are all equally true. She's technically a Time Lord, a human, and a goddess, and she has said at one point that she doesn't even live her life in the right order, whatever that means. Her stories are essentially very similar to the Doctor's, but typically include a bit more silliness and make a bit less sense. If you're up for a fun but very confusing time, check out Iris Wildthyme. Tier 9. This level is obscurity incarnate. Only the most niche, the outcasts of humanity, ever make it this far. There's no turning back now. The Great Teabag Mystery. Doctor Who exists across virtually all forms of media. Obviously television, movie, comics, audio, some games, and yes, even a live production. I'm referring to Recall Unit, The Great Teabag Mystery. Now no, this isn't Doctor Who's only live production. There've actually been a handful. This is just the most obscure and the worst of all of them. The story was something else, seeing how it didn't include a single character from the television series, unless you count the Supreme Dalek or a pre-recorded voice of the Brigadier. That last one wasn't intended. Nicholas Courtney was meant to be in the play, but due to a scheduling conflict, had to pull out of the production. And that's about all I can tell you about it. It's really hard to find anything about this one anywhere on the internet, but I challenge you to look around. Timeless Children leaks. The infamous Timeless Children story arc that ravaged the fandom in early 2020 was actually not much of a surprise to a small portion of that fanbase. That's because the Series 12 story arc was actually leaked online as early as October 2019. The Master returning, his casting as Sacha Dhawan, the lone Cyberman, the Death Particle, Ruth's existence as an earlier incarnation of the Doctor, and the Doctor's identity as the Timeless Child were all leaked online in 2019. What was so interesting about these leaks is that they were shared in a pretty vague way. The poster wanted to avoid being CNC'd by the BBC. So there was an intense chatter amongst the fanbase discussing the clues he left and trying to pick them out as valid or not as the series aired. Of course, the Master appeared in the very first episode, and so this gave a lot of validity to the following predictions, which obviously all turned out to be true. So as many people were shocked and disappointed by the reveal of the Timeless Children, there was also a portion of the fanbase that could actively dread it coming for weeks at a time. I was one of those people. Also, just a quick note, if you happen to like the Timeless Children and you're watching this video, I have no hate towards you. We just happen to disagree on this one thing, so hope it's all cool between us. £850 plus court costs. The Doctor's TARDIS is modeled after a 1960s police box because the chameleon circuit malfunctioned and it's stuck this way, and has been for as long as the Doctor has been adventuring, give or take one or two stories. That said, police boxes happen to be owned by the police. And that is why in 1996, the London Metropolitan Police decided to sue the BBC for stealing their design and using it for a profit. Seriously. Not only that, but the lawsuit lasted all the way until 2002. 6 whole years. And the kicker? The police lost. After all of that, the court ruled that the London police had to pay the BBC £850 plus court costs in reparation for the overly litigious suit. Wacky. The final human death. In all of his time traveling the cosmos, the Doctor has seen quite a bit. But one of the more somber pieces of trivia about his adventures is that, depending on how you look at it, the Doctor has witnessed the final human death at least one occasion. You could consider the death of Cassandra in the Russell T Davies era to count as the final human death, but there are still many subspecies that existed, and so it wasn't a particularly upsetting moment. No, I'm referring to the death of Co in the 5th Doctor story, Singularity. There's a lot to the story, but the important thing to note is that the universe is ending, and the Time Lords have a way to live on afterwards, presumably into whatever universe arises next. The humans do not. And we get to see the 5th Doctor share a scene with the final human at the end of time. The Doctor watched the very last human die. Troughton's Secret Family. Patrick Troughton's 2nd Doctor is infamous for his goofy clown-like persona, designed to mask a cunning, ingenious true nature beneath. Likewise, Patrick Troughton himself is not as wonderful as he may appear on the surface. As it turns out, Patrick Troughton left his wife in 1955 in order to spend his life with a woman he had been having an affair with, and they went on to have 3 children together. This would be bad enough, but Troughton actually managed to keep this double life a secret from his own mother for more than 20 years until she died. He was able to pretend that he was still married to his first wife for that entire time. Truly bizarre. The Stranger. What do you do when you want to keep making Doctor Who, but you're not legally allowed to? You make The Stranger. In 1991, Colin Baker and Nicola Bryant reprised their roles as the Doctor and Perry Brown. The Stranger and Miss Brown, in a direct-to-video series known as The Stranger. This video and later audio series is essentially Doctor Who in everything but name, with the Stranger and his companion traveling to different planets and time zones. They just never show exactly how they get there. Definitely probably not in a blue police box. The series would go on to include various other Doctor Who alumni, including Nicholas Briggs and Sophie Aldred. This is a very weird, technically legal anomaly born from the wilderness years. Nothing more, nothing less. Also, Colin Baker wanted to get naked in this for some reason. I don't know. Hayakawa Bunko. In 1980, the Japanese company Hayakawa Bunko published several books written by Terry Nation, obviously set in the Doctor Who universe. The only problem? The cover artist for these books was not given clear instructions as to what the Doctor or any of the aliens in the series looked like. Combine that with what I'm sure were poor translations, and you get the incredible Hayakawa Bunko Doctor Who universe. It's pretty fun to look at these pictures of Daleks, which are kind of correct, and imagine which aspects were described and which weren't. It's like an artistic version of the telephone game. Oh, and the Doctor also does not look right at all. The first Doctor was a human scientist. When An Unearthly Child aired in 1963, the concept of Gallifrey, Time Lords, and regeneration did not exist in the minds of the writers or producers. The hook of the show, as I'm sure you could tell from the title, was that the Doctor's identity was a mystery. The implication that was originally intended was that the Doctor and Susan were humans from the very far future. This would explain why their scientific knowledge was so great, why they had technology as advanced as the TARDIS, and why they seemed so unaccustomed to 20th century social norms. Obviously, we see the Doctor regenerate later, and it is explained that he is a Time Lord from Gallifrey. That said, in at least one instance, we see a scan of his body that shows he has only one heart, not 2, implying that he is, in fact, human. No matter how you slice it, something has to be retconned here, so it is possible to believe that the first Doctor was, in fact, a human scientist. Tier 10. This is the lowest depth, the pinnacle of your search for knowledge. These ideas will fundamentally alter the way you perceive Doctor Who and reality itself. the greater key is the moment. The primary conflict of the Faction Paradox series is known as the War in Heaven. This is in fact one of the alternate time wars discussed previously. One of the most powerful weapons meant to be used in this war is known only as the Greater Key. It is described in a rather vague way, and therefore no one is sure exactly what it looks like. Some describe it to be a box covered in circular writing, while others claim that it is shaped like a metal rod. After the events of the Faction Paradox series, the Greater Key was sealed away. However, in the Day of the Doctor, we see the War Doctor acquire the Moment, a superweapon originally believed used to destroy both the Time Lords and the Daleks. Notice that the Moment appears to be a box covered in circular writing, but when it's about to be activated by all three Doctors, it extends a metal rod. The implication is obvious. The Greater Key is in fact the Moment, further substantiating that the Faction Paradox series is canonical, or at least tangentially canonical. Hidden General Wiki. Doctor Who General is an obscure fan-made wiki created by primarily users of 4chan. Yeah, that 4chan. It's less of a compendium of actual Doctor Who trivia and more of a compendium of the various jokes and memes that have been shared between this community for the past decade or so. It also links to a discussion forum, but good luck getting in, that's password protected. The wiki is available to everyone, however the URL often changes, and it's not part of a typical domain. Of course, to maintain the integrity of this niche community, I would never do something so brash as to share that URL with you. The wiki is filled with numerous inside jokes, including how both everything and nothing is canon. Every time a new episode is released, the show has now been ruined forever, and the various ages of the series. For those curious, we are currently in the Glitter Age. And fair warning, it's anything but politically correct. Cliff, Lola, and Biddy. During the series' infancy, many of the staples were still up in the air, including the look of the TARDIS itself. And one of the original scripts for the first episode, titled Nothing at the End of the Lane, the TARDIS was meant to be invisible, not take the form of a police box. In this version of the story, penned by C.E. Weber, the humans Cliff, Lola, and Biddy were to discover the Doctor's invisible time machine, which actually wouldn't do any time traveling, but instead would accidentally shrink them down, like in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. While the episode was never made, and the companions' names were later changed to Ian, Barbara, and Susan, the general plot was eventually adapted into the Planet of the Giants. Notably, the script refers to the Doctor as Doctor Who, just like in the Peter Cushing Dalek movies. The Count of Saint Germain. The Count of Saint Germain was a famous 18th century European explorer who had vast knowledge and interest in philosophy, science, the arts, and alchemy. Incredibly eccentric, he went by various different names and was described by the high society around him as an incredibly intelligent, very wise philosopher with seemingly endless knowledge of all subjects. What is most interesting is that he claimed to be 500 years old. His true origin was a secret, although after being arrested in England under suspicion of espionage, he recounted that he was Italian, Spanish, and Polish, a priest, a fiddler, a nobleman, and that he was married to an incredibly wealthy woman from Mexico. He was released the next day without charge. He was also known to be fluent in multiple languages, an excellent musician and singer, and was able to strike up meaningful conversation with educated people in all different sorts of fields. Towards the end of his life, he revealed to close confidants that he was in fact the son of a Transylvanian prince. He died in the late 1700s, but there have been multiple accounts of him appearing in public as late as the mid-20th century. If you haven't put two and two together yet, the implication is that the Count is really the Doctor. Now, if he's not the Doctor, I'll say this much. He's definitely someone the Doctor would probably like to talk to. Abbott's perfect companion. In issue number 360 of Doctor Who magazine, Russell T Davies revealed in an interview that Paul Abbott had at one point written a script for a series that revealed something astounding about Rose Tyler's history. She had in fact been genetically created by the Doctor to be his perfect companion. Her entire being and history a complete fabrication, so that the Doctor would have an unmatched traveling partner. Davies vetoed the idea because he believed it ruined Rose as a character, but he loved the story itself and struggled with cutting it from the series. How mind-bending of an episode would that have been? I'm sort of hoping this gets adapted into a future story, but I'm not sure I'd like the Doctor to have done something so upsetting. Sunset at Montmajour. The Sunset at Montmajour is one of many oil paintings by the great Vincent van Gogh, dated 1888. It depicts a sunset over a garden landscape with unique foliage. What is perhaps most interesting is that in the upper left corner, a rectangular blue structure stands out against the skyline. Its authenticity as a Van Gogh original was only determined in 2013, 3 years after the 11th Doctor episode, Vincent and the Doctor. Clearly, there is the connection between Van Gogh and the Doctor that arises from the 2010 episode, but also, the blue rectangle in the top corner looks far closer to a TARDIS than the Montmajour Abbey that it's supposed to represent. The implications are obvious. Utah cave paintings. Inside Utah's Horseshoe Canyon, several caves house ancient paintings known as petroglyphs, left by indigenous peoples thousands of years ago. The greatest estimates place these paintings at up to 8,000 years old, although some argue they might be as recent as 900 years. They seem to show various people and animals, as are common in these sorts of petroglyphs, but what is most interesting is the large rectangular shapes with an individual raised portion at the center. It's a TARDIS. It looks like a TARDIS. From thousands of years before anything resembling a police box would have existed. Anthropologists posit that these designs are the early people's depictions of spirits or gods, otherworldly beings. I wonder what tall, box-shaped phenomenon could have inspired them to believe it was something divine. Perhaps appearing and disappearing out of thin air? Dr. Omega. Doctor Who premiered in 1963. Half a century earlier, Dr. Omega was released by French writer Arnauld Galopin. The titular Dr. Omega and his 2 companions travel to Mars in a machine of his own design. On Mars, they run into multiple different alien species that they have to evade before eventually returning to Earth. Obviously, there are some surface-level similarities to Doctor Who, but what is most astounding is that Dr. Omega himself bears an incredibly strong resemblance to William Hartnell as the first Doctor. This is so obvious, it's even stated as a fact on the book's Wikipedia page. Go look it up, I'm not joking. Dr. Omega is not listed in any of the original transcripts or production notes by Verity Lambert or any of the production staff for the original series. And so it's completely up to speculation whether or not this book was inspiration for the series, or instead, a very strange, even unearthly coincidence.